Great, thank you. All right, good morning and welcome to the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy March 2026 meeting. Today is Wednesday, March 4th, and our meeting will now come to order. My name is Helen Park and I'll be the presiding officer. We'll start with the Board of Pharmacy mission statement. In regulating the practice of pharmacy, the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy has a duty to carry out and enforce the provisions of Nevada law to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Next, we'll do our roll call. Mr. Richard Tomaso.
Here.
Ms. Jade Jacobo.
Present.
Mr. Adam Porath.
Present.
Ms. Crystal Freitas.
Here.
Ms. Shanice Taylor.
Present.
And Ms. Anna Carr.
Here.
Okay, thank you. We have a quorum present. Mr. Weiss, any announcements?
Yeah, good morning, Madam President. Just a couple. The board meeting was held in conformance with Nevada open meeting law. The public can follow on Zoom to the camera or TV to the left, and the board will have the one in front of them. I'll also make note that Jody Lewis, former board member, is in the audience. So thanks for attending today, Jody. And then I have a request when you get to the consent agenda that you hold off on voting for 4H. Mini-Med X. I'm going to ask some questions through the meeting that might relate to that. And then I'll remind you at the end, if you still want to do it, you can vote on that at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, as our next order of business, the board will open up the floor for any public comment. Do we have anyone in the room or online who wishes to make a public comment? If so, as a friendly reminder, public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person.
Madam President, before the meeting, as you'd already know, staff has had a couple people said that they wanted to make public comment, and we instructed them that this may be one of the times that they want to do it. So if we can just give them a moment longer, if you're seeing anybody just set online, raise your hand, hit star 9, and we'll call on you if there's anybody here in person. And there'll be other opportunities for public comment. Not seeing anyone, Madam President.
Okay, so we will have, again, another opportunity for public comment at the end of the day. But for now, we'll close the period for public comment and we'll move on to our next order of business, which is the approval of the meeting minutes from the January 2026 meeting. Board members, any discussion on the minutes? I did have a chance to review and everything looked to be in order to me, and I would be in favor of approving the meeting minutes.
Crystal Freitas, I move to approve the January 14th through 15th, 2026 board meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Ms. Jacobo. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the January 2026 board meeting minutes are now approved. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda. Board members, board staff, any discussion on the consent agenda?
Madam President, Crystal Freitas, for the record, I would like to recuse myself from item 4PP due to my employment with Spring Valley Hospital.
4PP. Okay, so noted.
Madam President, no issues with the consent agenda. I would move that we accept the consent agenda with exceptions to item 4PP and 4H.
Crystal Freitas, I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jacobo, a second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Okay, next we have 4PP and 4H.
Madam President, I would move that we approve items 4PP and 4H. Or do you want to hold H?
If you can hold H to the end of the meeting,
Be
yeah.
revised.
Just for the record, and they may be listening, there'll be you can do that anytime during the meeting. It's agendized properly. So I expect that there may be a relationship or may not be a relationship, and I'm going to ask through this meeting, and I'd like to vet that before you vote on it, so that you have all the information in front of you.
Okay, I will amend my motion to accept item 4PP.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Jacobo. And on this matter, Ms. Freitas has recused herself. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes and that completes our consent agenda for now. With that, we'll move to our regular agenda. We'll start with agenda item 5B. That's for Thomas Umbach. If we have Dr. Umbach or representatives, if you could please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom or press *6, *9.
Not seeing anyone, Madam President. You may call the next one and we'll call that one later.
Right?
Greg Camp for the record, prosecuting this matter. Counsel was representing the respondent who's out of state, and so I had expected them to appear remotely. We had discussed that. Her name is Janet Jensen, but apparently there's nobody in the queue, so I will, during a break, reach out to counsel.
Staff can help you with that too.
Okay, we'll move forward to agenda item 5D for Ivan Goldsmith. So if Dr. Goldsmith or representatives are here or online, if you could please raise your hand or let us know.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Crane Pomerantz on behalf of respondent Ivan Goldsmith.
Okay, will Dr. Goldsmith be joining you today?
Will not.
Okay, got it. All right, so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Cant.
Greg Camp for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. This is case number 488-CSS. Respondent is Ivan Lee Goldsmith, MD, certificate of registration number CS 33713. The charges begin on page 3728 of the board book. The answer filed on the respondent's behalf by counsel appears beginning on page 3740. And we do have a proposed stipulation for your consideration, possible approval this morning. That appears in the board book beginning on page 3744. So by way of brief background, the respondent in this instance was charged with failing to timely renew his certificate of registration and issuing controlled substance prescriptions without a valid registration, and also with failing to properly review patient utilization reports in the prescription monitoring program database prior to issuing controlled substance prescriptions. And by those violations, also charged with unprofessional conduct. The proposed stipulated settlement and the discipline that would be imposed, it would result in a state suspension and placing the respondent on probation for 1 year, subject to the conditions that he accept this as a public reprimand, pay a $5,000 fine, and pay $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for reasonable attorney's fees and costs, complete training from board staff on how to properly utilize the PNP database to comply with Nevada law, and comply with all other applicable federal and state laws, and have no new charges filed against him while he's on his 1 year probation. And then upon successful completion of the probation, his license or his registration would be fully restored. So this is the stipulation we're presenting for your consideration this morning.
Hey, Mr. Pomerantz, did you want to add any additional information?
Just that Dr. Goldsmith apologizes to the board for being in this position, and we would urge you to follow the negotiated resolution that we struck with Mr. Cant.
Board members, do you have any questions regarding the stipulation or for Mr. Pomerantz?
Madam President,
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Pomerantz. Look, this has come up before about failing to renew certificates of registration, and I may have asked Mr. Weiss this before. Is there, when a person's registration is up, is there something that goes out to them, or it's just they're on their own to know what year when it's expired?
As the pharmacists that are on the board will tell you, it's incessant that we send it out weekly, daily, so there's a lot of notice that goes out, but it goes to the notice that we have on file, which is an email. So, but most of the emails are up to date and I think our emails are more accurate than our physical addresses.
There are reminders, Mr.
There are,
Tomaso.
that's my
Yeah.
question.
I
Thank you.
think some of the questions I have just for Mr. Pomerantz is, in this case with Dr. Goldsmith, it appears that these are like the PNP issues, the CS issues, are these, he's been in practice for quite some time. I don't understand, I guess, what has happened and what made these things occur. And I believe he's had PNP training in the past. And so can you shed some light into like why this is a recurring issue?
Uh, sure, Madam President. What I would say is I want to be careful because in the settlement agreement, the language in the settlement agreement is clear that the board has enough evidence to prove its case, and we agree with that. And Dr. Goldsmith apologizes for that, but I think without undermining what's in the settlement agreement, I think this was an honest mistake. I think he takes responsibility for it. And frankly, I think he needs the training that's that is reflected in the conditions of the settlement agreement. So, Madam President, I'm not in a position to answer your question directly to give you a detailed explanation as to how this happened or why this happened, other than to say Dr. Goldsmith made a mistake. He recognizes he made a mistake, and he looks forward to getting trained up to avoid this from occurring in the future.
That's a follow-up question.
Yes.
Thanks, Crane. Dave Weiss for the record. I know things can change and I know, I mean, I think I've talked to him, so I know there's some health concerns for him and I know that he's in Florida, then he's here. Do you know what his plans for practice in the immediate future are? Are they to be in Nevada and see patients, or do you have a sense of what that is so that the board knows what to expect?
Sure, I think it's a fair question, Mr. Wiest. My understanding is that he is currently practicing in Nevada. As you know, he's had some health problems. He is reaching towards the end of his career. I don't think he's, again, I can't get into his head. I don't expect him to be practicing 10 years from now. But I can fairly represent to the board that he's currently practicing in Nevada.
Yeah, and that's fair. I think we're not saying that you're stating that's all he's gonna do. I just want to know, like, because I thought that he moved to Florida and he wasn't practicing in Nevada. And then this came up and I was like, well, he is back in Nevada. So I think it'll help staff, to Dick's point, that we can at least know what's going on with him and where he is. Thanks.
Sure thing. It's a fair question, and if you want me to address that offline with you, I'm happy to do it.
Not necessary. I think that the follow-up to Helen's question, she doesn't want this to happen again. So, that if he was going to retire, then it wouldn't, but it sounds like he's going to be practicing, so.
So I like the components in the stipulation with the training, and then it's training within 60 days and then the follow-up with 6 months. The only part that I consider potentially modifying, I guess, more for board members is the period of probation from 1 year to 2 years, just to ensure that these types of issues are prevented in the future, or monitored in the future.
I agree with that because it'll give us a chance to see if he's going to complete the prescription monitoring. See if 1 year is too short, 2 years. If he does it over a 2 year period, then you know he's caught on.
He still can practice. He's still able to do what he needs to do. It's just the probationary period is extended just a slightly longer period.
Madam
Mr.
President, may I be heard on that, please?
You may be heard. Go ahead.
Thank you. Two things. I understand your and Mr. Tomaso's concerns, and they're not lost on me. However, I think when we're putting this doctor on probation for a year, the board is going to know within that year whether he has completed his training and whether he's complying. I'm respectfully, I'm not sure that extra year of probation is going to add any additional information. In addition, I have enormous respect, and I don't want to put Mr. Cant on the spot because I have enormous respect for him, and he was incredibly professional as he usually is. But I think he knows this case better than anyone. And I think we should defer to his assessment. And I understand that it was probably approved, that settlement was probably approved by Mr. Wiest. Mr. Cant knows this case better than anyone. And I think if he thought that 1 year probation was sufficient, then I would respectfully request the board go along with that.
All right, appreciate your feedback on that. Ultimately, though, it's the board's decision on whether we
Understood.
decide to accept the stipulation or not.
Of course, of course.
One more just point as it relates is that just because you guys don't live it like we do, the renewal period will be up in this October this year. I don't know if it relates to any decisions that you're making. I just want to make sure that he would renew this October if he was going to renew.
Just asking if he's going to renew. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just letting you know that this is 2006 is the year that he would renew. So I'm not sure it relate. I was going to say that before Crane said it. I just want to make sure you know that 2006 is the renewal for the controlled substance registrations. So you're aware of that. As it relates back to Dick Tomastos, are they notified that like hopefully this doesn't have, there'll be an opportunity for an issue coming this year.
Okay.
I mean, he was already disciplined by this board for accessing the PMP program unlawfully. So he knows about it. He knows there's a program out there. And then he stopped even.
That's why I got confused, like, why did this happen again? Because he had that experience
That's
in the
right.
past. So if that experience didn't change or make an
Exactly,
impact.
exactly.
So I don't think the additional year of probation is unreasonable. Just, that's my thought.
So, Dave Weiss for the record, thanks for the kind comments, Crane. It is ultimately your decision. The STIPs are in negotiation and we try to get something that can get in front of you that both parties can agree to and we think that may be acceptable, but as Todd will tell you, you can do whatever you want with it. Crane, is there a chance that you can talk to your client at a break or something and see if we can come to this agreement and then they can move forward, or how would you want to proceed? I think that at least two members are saying that they would want us to do that. Todd, you can advise us if we want to do a vote on it or how we should best proceed.
I am more than happy to reach out to Dr. Goldsmith. I don't think there's going to be strenuous opposition on his part enough to use the phrase colloquially, blow up the settlement. But I would feel better talking to him and making sure he's on board. I think the board has the authority. I know the board has the authority to unilaterally impose the penalty it wants. But I am more than happy to reach out to Dr. Goldsmith.
This is Team Jag, Todd Weiss. No, actually, they don't outside of the formal hearing process, which this is not. This is a stipulation presentation. So any terms that are finalized have to be stipulated and agreed to by both sides. There's no unilateral imposition of discipline at this stage because there's been no hearing. But it sounds like enough of the members have expressed their desire to see that probation increase from 1 to 2 years. So if we want to take a 5-minute break, well, you can go talk to your client and we'll see if we can get this put to bed today. Sound good, counsel?
I'm happy to do that. I don't. The only reason I'm hesitating is because I don't know that I'm going to be able to reach him in 5 minutes. So if you could just bear with me and give me an opportunity to get a hold of him, I will report back to Brett and to Mr. Cant and to Mr. Wiest as soon as I hear back from him.
Certainly, that's no problem. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, your choice is, we probably have time if you want to take a quick break and give it a shot. And then in 5 minutes, if we don't hear, we can maybe move to the next item and then we'll pick them up at a later part of this meeting.
Right.
Very good.
We'll
Thank
take-
you so much.
Take a break for 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're back with the Board of Pharmacy meeting. We're going to move to our next agenda item. And that is for 5Q, 5R, and 5S. So that's First Choice Pharmacy, Nicole Sy, and Kirk Bailu. If you could please come forward. Hi, good morning. Nicole, will anyone else be joining you today?
Should be on Zoom.
Okay. Oh, I do see some hands raised. We'll give them a moment. Glad you're not alone. And how many people are you expecting?
All right, I'm unmuted. This is John Courtney, bar number 11092, appearing for the respondents in the place instead of Christopher Blakesley, bar number 11922.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
We are expecting Kirk too, so let's
Yes.
wait in just a minute. Kirk, if you're there, raise your hand in Zoom or hit *9 if you're on the phone, please. Are you representing both pharmacists, counselor?
Yes,
Do you expect Kirk to be on this phone, this Zoom today?
I'm sending a text as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
While we're waiting, I will disclose for the record that I am familiar with Nicole Sy from her time at Roseman University, but I feel that I could participate fairly and unbiased in this matter.
We're still searching for him.
I don't have a response yet. I'm informed that he's signing in presently.
Thank you, sir. I think we see him. We'll just add whoever came in last there and we'll see if it's him. Okay. Madam President, less than a minute, we'll get him in and then you can swear him in.
Thank you.
Kirk, are you there? Kirk?
It looks like he is currently trying to sign in. This is Attorney Christopher Blakesley.
Kirk, we can see you now, we think. Can you unmute your line, please, with the microphone in the bottom left-hand side of the screen? Kurt, can you hear us? Kurt, you're in the Zoom. You need to unmute yourself. We've made multiple attempts to unmute you, but you have to do it on your end. Go ahead, Kurt. Can you speak?
I'm curious as to whether he is able to use the chat function if there's something wrong with his microphone.
Can't use the chat, at least for the record, but I'm tracking down an agenda so that I can give him the phone number or somebody can read it into the record. And then, oh, you have that. I was. Kurt, get a pen and a piece of paper. I'll give you a second to do that. And I'm going to give you a phone number where you can just dial directly in and then we can hear you on the phone. So I'm going to go ahead and read that phone number for you. It's 1-669-900-6833. Again, 669-900-6833. And then the meeting ID will be 588-625-6671. Again, 588-625-6671. And if you dial in with that, then you can unmute that hitting *6 on your phone, and then we'll be able to hear you on the phone. Brett, have you heard from Crane Pomerantz? Per chance? Have you heard from Crane? Okay, so I think that since I would suggest that Crane has now told us that he was able to communicate, so we can go back to Crane and then we'll try to give Kurt a minute to get on the phone line.
Okay. All right, then we will go back to agenda item 5D for now. And we will come back to 5Q, 5R, 5S. All right, so Mr. Pomerantz, if you are there.
Yes, Ms. Park, thank you.
Great. Okay. And then have you had the opportunity to speak with your client?
I did. I just spoke with Dr. Goldsmith. He's amenable to the 2-year term of probation.
Okay, great. Thank you.
He also asked that I convey to the court his contrition, but also that his health is such. The question came up how much longer he intends on practicing. He does not intend on practicing more than 3 years.
Okay.
3 more years.
Okay. Thank you. All right, board members. So for agenda item 5D, Ivan Goldsmith. It sounds like we are ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the stipulation with this but change it to 2 years instead of 5 year.
I second.
probation.
Okay, great. So there's a motion by Mr. Tomaso, a second by Mr. Kogo. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you for your time, Mr. Pomerantz, and appreciate your appearance today.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thanks.
Madam President, we have three possibilities that Kirk is on the line. We've named one, so we'll just see if we're right. So if you could go back to the item that you were just on, and then we'll call Kirk, we'll see if we can hear him.
We'll call again for 5Q, 5R, 5S for First Choice Pharmacy, Nicole Sy and Kirk Bailu.
Kirk, are you there?
Yes.
All right, and we named it right. All right.
Okay, great. And then
Sorry about
do we also have Christopher Blakesley on as well? I know that
He popped up for a minute.
yeah, for on the phone.
I don't know if he's intending to appear.
Do we need to unmute his line? Mr. Courtney, do you know?
I'm not sure. He had a veterinary emergency this morning, so I'm filling in his place instead. And so during a break, I presume, is when he got on. So I don't know.
Okay.
But we're prepared to go forward
Okay.
with my representation.
Great. So just for the record, again, if I could have each of you state your full name, and then for Nicole and Kirk, I'll be swearing you both in.
I'm John Courtney, last name Courtney, first name John, bar number 11092, appearing in the place instead of Christopher Blakesley. Christopher, common spelling, Blakesley, Blakesley, bar number 11922.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Courtney. Okay, and we'll start in the
I'm
room.
Kirk Bollier.
Okay, or we'll start online. Okay, great. Thank you, Kirk. And then both sides. Great. So for Kirk and Nicole, if you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker for the record on behalf of the state. This is for agenda items 5Q, 5R, and 5S for case numbers 25-110-PH, 25-110-RPHA, and 25-110-RPHBS. The respondents are First Choice Pharmacy, license number PH04395, Nicole Sy, certificate of registration number 20646, and Kirk Bailu, certificate of registration number 20184. And to refresh the board's memory, this case actually stems from a case that you saw a few board meetings ago. That was an investigation into the unlicensed wholesaler RxSeed. That was an unlicensed wholesaling platform that allowed pharmacies to purchase through other sellers out of state. And this investigation arose out of that one, in which the board staff found that First Choice Pharmacy, first through managing pharmacist Sy, and then through managing pharmacist Bailu, purchased drugs from at least 23 unlicensed pharmacies through the unlicensed wholesaling platform RxSeed. So what we charged in the accusation, which you can find starting on page 4012 of the board book, that applies to all three respondents. The first count against all respondents was for unprofessional conduct for performing duties in an incompetent, unskillful, or negligent manner. The second count was against all respondents for aiding or abetting unlicensed activity in violation of state law. And then count 3 was against all respondents for aiding or abetting unlicensed activity in violation of federal law. The answer for all three respondents can be found on page 4026 of your board book. And then we have 3 separate stipulations to present to you today to resolve this matter. The first one is for First Choice Pharmacy, and I'll walk through that one. That one can be found on 4029 of the board book. So the terms of that stipulation are that First Choice Pharmacy agrees to an administrative fine of $5,000 and $1,000 fees and costs to partially reimburse the board for its investigative costs and attorney's fees. Those would be due within 30 days of the date of entry of this order. The second stipulation is for Ms. Nicole Tsai, and that can be found on page 4053 of the board book. The terms for that are a $5,000 administrative fine and $1,000 fees and costs to partially reimburse the board for its investigative fees and attorney's fees. Those would be due by July 1st, 2026. And then Ms. Tsai will complete 2 additional continuing education credits on ethics and 2 continuing education credits on duties of a managing pharmacist. Those would be due to the board by July 1st, 2026. The third stipulation can be found on page 4077 of the board book, and that is for respondent Kirk Bolio. And the terms for his are a $5,000 administrative fine and a $1,000 fees and costs to partially reimburse the board for its investigative fees and attorney's fees. That would be due within 30 days of the date of this order. And then 2 additional continuing education credits on ethics and 2 additional continuing education credits on duties of a managing pharmacist, also due by July 1st, 2026. And with that, I will present the stipulation to the board today for approval with an effective date of March 4th, 2026.
Great, thank you, Ms. Tucker. Mr. Courtney, I'll turn it to you if you wanted to add any additional comments or remarks.
I concur with the recitation of the stipulation. And I would like to add that it is my understanding that the respondents, Nicole Tsai and Kirk Bolo, this is their first time under disciplinary action. I don't have any other further statements unless there's some questions of me or our clients.
So this is Helen Park. I do have a question. I guess just in terms of moving forward, what has First Choice Pharmacy done in terms of policies or procedures to prevent this from happening again?
I
And,
can speak on that.
I would defer to Mr. Bull.
Okay.
Yeah, I check all vendors monthly now, just like I do an OIG check monthly. And obviously during the time of license renewal, which they all renew at the same time, I do a check then as well.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, I can't remember. So Kirk, are you the owner of First Choice Pharmacy?
At that time, I was not the owner. At this time, I'm 51% owner and the pick.
Okay, but you are the managing pharmacist at this time?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and that's a practice that you put in place since?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other changes you've made?
All staff, which I don't have much staff here now, but all staff fully trained in they can check as well as they come in. That's part of the training.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Board members?
Madam President, I'm having a hard time with this one because I'm gonna ask Counselor. We heard this case 3 or 4 months ago, or 3 or 4 meetings ago.
This is Laura Tucker for the record. So this was actually, beforehand, it was one of Mr. Kant's cases, I believe. It was a citation and fine, and they've been set on schedule for an appeal. So all of the information was in the board book. At the time, I can't remember the exact board meeting date.
Yeah, I can help you a little bit. I think the circumstances have been in front of you before. This is a component of a bigger circumstance, which is the board staff has dealt with the wholesaling component. Now we're dealing with the pharmacies that purchase downstream without the license. So this has been an ongoing, there's been multiple people that have been in front of you about this. or have the opportunity. They get, if it's unlicensed, they get a cite and fine, they can appeal that. So we did have one appeal that was noticed.
So the action back then was just a cite and fine type of thing. We didn't.
Because they weren't licensed, we don't really have the ability to do an accusation. So we use our cite and fine ability given to us by the legislature at that point.
Okay, now I'm just curious. This is just curious to my fellow board members here. I'm reading the response to the counts, and the respondents are saying that, or one of them is saying, Mr. Bordello, is that it? Bordello, that when he became employed there, they were already dealing with these pharmacies, out-of-state pharmacies. So he assumed that it was proper, and that so he just continued to deal with them, and then we caught him. So my question is, when a pharmacist goes to a pharmacy, is it up to them to check everybody that they're dealing with out of state?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, it's under law. It's the responsibility of not only the wholesaler to make sure that they're licensed, is that the pharmacy that's purchasing, or the doctor that's purchasing, or the facility that's purchasing, that they can make sure they're licensed. We have a real-time license search, which we're required to have by law, that's up to date, instantaneous. So if you go there, the people will be listed, whether they're active, closed, have discipline, or not listed at all. And this is, I don't think this is a one-off. This is, these people enter the market and they have in this case, it looked like a marketing scheme to move drugs around, but didn't think that they needed to be licensed. And you've seen that throughout your time at the board.
I
So
understand it's against them, but I'm talking about the pharmacist that just walks into a position and he just deals with whoever they've been dealing with for the last few years.
yeah, that would be their responsibility to make sure that the people are licensed.
Okay, good. I'm glad. The only reason I just wanted to feel comfortable with this, that nobody's being railroaded or.
I think the circumstances, though, you can weigh, so that's up to you to weigh. Like, there's a lot of moving parts for the pharmacy, and they rely on other people in that, but ultimately it would be the pharmacist's responsibility.
Okay.
Yeah, Adam Porth, for the record, just to clarify for Mr. Tomaso, it is not real standard practice for pharmacies to be buying drugs from other pharmacies. Typically, they're buying them directly from wholesalers. So this would be something that would not be normal course of business for most community pharmacies to acquire their drugs this way. Maybe only in shortage situations would they be looking for drugs from alternative sources like this.
Yeah, thank you very much for the explanation. Okay, I'm good.
Right, so with that, I don't have any other questions, and I feel comfortable with the stipulations as presented. Board members, any additional questions?
I don't have any. Adam Porth, for the record. I would move that we approve the stipulation orders for agenda items 5Q, 5R, and 5S as presented by board staff.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. We thank you for your time today.
On behalf of the respondents, we thank Madam Chairperson and the members of the board for hearing us and approving the stipulation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Courtney. Great. Have a good day.
And likewise.
All right, next we will call for agenda item 5T for Jill Allison Oliver. So if Dr. Oliver and representatives are here, please come forward. Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Familiar with Ms. Kelly, but if you could state your full name for the record.
Richard Kelly with Utah Law, representing Dr. Oliver.
And then Dr. Oliver, if you could state your full name.
Jill Oliver.
I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Thank you. Great. I will turn this one over to Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker, for the record, on behalf of the state. Members of the board, this can be found on page 4084 of your board book. It is agenda item 5T. This is case number 25-111-CS-S. The respondent is Dr. Jill Oliver, certificate of registration numbers CS 15479 and PD 15479. The allegations that are alleged in the accusation are that Dr. Oliver permitted an employee to perform the duties of a dispensing technician in training without the required license. Dr. Oliver has also had previous discipline in front of us for allowing a dispensing technician to practice on an expired license. The counts alleged in the accusation are assisting or abetting unlicensed practice for count 1, and count 2 is owner responsibility. And Dr. Oliver filed an answer, which begins on page 4094 of your board book. And we also have a stipulation to present to you today that can be found on page 4102 of the board book. The terms of the stipulation are that Dr. Oliver agrees to a 1-year state suspension on both of her licenses, a $2,000 fine, and $500 fees and costs to partially reimburse the board for its investigative costs and attorney's fees, payable within 30 days of the effective date of the stipulation. And with that, I present this stipulation to the board today for approval with an effective date of today, March 4th, 2026.
Thank you. And then I'll turn it over to Ms. Kelly for any further comments.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, as explained in our answer, this was an inadvertent oversight on Dr. Oliver's part. She was not aware that a dispensing technician in training license was required because any training she had done previously for dispensing technicians was before that requirement came into effect. And ironically, her efforts to train this particular employee as a dispensing technician was in an effort to ensure ongoing compliance with the board from the previous disciplinary actions she had where the dispensing technician's license had actually expired. So we respectfully request that the board accept the stipulation as written.
Great, thank you. I will say I was surprised to see this come in front of the board just because I do remember Dr. Oliver's last appearance and I thought for certain this would never happen again. So I was a little bit heartbroken to hear that it has not been resolved. So what measures have you taken since to ensure that that you will have a better understanding of the licensing requirements and that they won't go expired and that your employees will remain licensed to practice appropriately?
So I have a spreadsheet that hangs in my office with everybody's license and when they got it and when it expires. I'm not planning on training any new dispensing technicians. Again, I apologize. I had no idea I had to put an application in before I even started their training to start training them. We are almost done with the current training on this employee. And I, again, don't plan on training any other dispensing technicians. If I do, I will go and review all of the current Nevada law and not rely on my past, make sure I'm up to date.
Now I could just add that Dr. Oliver she had trained the technician, sent in the application for a dispensing technician, was informed that no, there needed to be an application before the training even began. So she submitted the training application then and restarted all of the training for this particular dispensing technician. So she's actually going to be having double the whole training span of dispensing technician.
All right, I don't have any additional questions. I just recall the last appearance, and so I just wanted to see how things were coming along and what changes you put into place. So sounds like you have a new system, you're tracking, and that these types of issues will not reoccur, hopefully, in the future. All right, I don't have any questions or concerns regarding the stipulation as presented. So board members, any additional questions?
Adam Porth for the record, not a question, just a comment. I mean, our board is very open and accessible. So I would just suggest that if anything changes in your practice, you have a new employee that comes on that you're planning on utilizing this as a dispensing technician, please reach out to board staff and just clarify if anything has changed since the last time.
Absolutely, thank you. As we were trying to figure out what we had even done wrong, with this particular employee, we did reach out to the board. It was I'm sorry, I wish I knew the name. It was, a secretary in the office up in Reno. And I said, why would I have to put in a technician dispensing number? She doesn't have a technician dispensing number. And I was literally told, oh, just leave that blank. So I would love to have, somebody that I could contact if this does occur again. This was completely inadvertent and I should have followed up better and read those new statutes. But I agree. I would love to have better communication so I don't miss any of the new laws that come into play.
Great, thank you.
I don't have any other questions.
Awesome. No, go ahead.
Okay, so Crystal Freitas for the record, I'd move to approve the stipulation order for Jill Oliver, MD.
Adam Porth, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Freitas, second by Mr. Porak. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, everyone.
We want to go back to Dr. Umbach. Okay, so we'll go for 5B for Thomas Umbach.
Camp for the record prosecuting this matter. For the record, this is case number 24044 PD-B-S. Respondent Thomas Umbach, MD, certificate of registration numbers CS 16044 and PD 00512. The charges in this case begin on page 3620 of the board book. An answer was filed through counsel on behalf of both respondents. It begins on page 3642 of the board book. We are presenting for your consideration and possible approval this morning a proposed stipulated settlement as to respondent Umbach only, and then would continue the matter as to respondent Matthew E. Appel, MD, certificate of registration numbers CS 24505 and PD 00589, which is case number 24044 PD-A-S. So as to respondent Umbach only, and the stipulation is not in the board book, hard copies were provided to you. By way of brief background, charges arise from a practice that both respondents were engaged in at Blossom Bariatric in Las Vegas. And a December 28, 2023 inspection of the practice site revealed numerous violations of law related to controlled substances, specifically with regard to respondent Umbach. There were a failure, record-keeping violation of failing to make and or maintain acquisition and distribution records of tramadol, transfers from Umbach to Appel. Umbach failed to design and operate a system to disclose suspicious orders of controlled substances. Umbach failed to register with the DEA as a distributor after distributing more than 5% of the total number of dosage units of all controlled substances distributed and dispensed during that calendar year. And so once again, respondent Umbach was charged with numerous violations of law and related unprofessional conduct. So those charges were pled in the amended accusation. In order to resolve the matter as to Respondent Umbach, he would stipulate to the following penalties. His dispensing practitioner registration, PD 00512 is revoked, and he cannot petition for reinstatement for a period of 5 years. His controlled substance registration, CS 16064, is suspended for a period of 2 years. However, the suspension would be stayed. He's placed on probation, subject to the following conditions: payment of a $5,000 fine, payment of $1,000 to partially reimburse the board for reasonable attorney's fees and costs, and compliance with all applicable laws while on probation. Upon the successful completion of probation, his controlled substance registration would be fully restored. So this is the stipulation with Respondent Umbach only that we are presenting for your consideration this morning.
And his legal counsel is on.
Okay.
Sorry, it's okay, Brett, it's fine, everything's fine. We're sure that they could hear us, but we're not communicating very well with them. We're trying to get them to unmute themselves. So if you can hear us, if you can hit *9 or the unmute on your Zoom. And then unfortunately, we'll have to clarify this. There might have been a technical issue because we're pretty sure that she heard, but you might want to just make sure she did. And we.
Let me
You raising
for the
hold on, Brett.
Hi,
All
Your
right.
Honor, I'm on.
Okay,
Can you
did
hear
you
me?
hear? Did you hear? Yes, we can. Did you
Yeah.
hear Mr. Cant's opening?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, I did.
perfect.
Great. And then this is Helen Park. So if you could just state your full name for the record.
Janet Jensen, Jenson.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Cant?
I'm sorry, I was just going to add, I don't know, maybe counsel would have mentioned this, that the practice at Blossom Bariatric is no longer operating. Respondents closed that practice in response to the inspection and the finding of the numerous violations. So if you're concerned about, current activity as dispensing practitioners, neither is engaged as a dispensing practitioner at that practice site. I don't believe anywhere else, but I could be wrong.
And then Ms. Jensen, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to add any additional remarks after Mr. Cant's opening.
Well, this is a difficult case because the Nevada Pharmacy Board, these doctors, principally Dr. Umbach, Dr. Appellate was an employee at all times. Dr. Umbach only dispensed Tramadol to patients who were coming in for surgery the next morning. They contracted with a wholesaler, they bought software, they had everything in place. They were inspected by the Nevada Pharmacy Board several times and passed. And then they self-reported that, in fact, some bottles of Tramadol, despite all of their security provisions and all of their work, went missing. They reported themselves to the DEA. The DEA came in, worked with them, confirmed that some bottles were missing, and basically said, do better, no sanctions, no punishment. And so they stopped. They shut down their pharmacy, not because of the citations, but because Dr. Umbach wanted to retire. And so, yes, they shut it down, but I don't think the violations were as bad as they were recited, but nevertheless, there is no going forward. They will not run a pharmacy again. The practice has shut down, and Dr. Appel has moved on as well. So Dr. Umbach is stipulating to everything that Mr. Kent wanted, and I think that's an end to it.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Board members, any questions from Ms. Jensen or regarding the stipulation? I don't have any additional questions.
Denise Taylor, for the record, I don't have any questions. I do move to approve the stipulation as presented for agenda item 5B.
For a second.
We have a motion by Ms. Taylor, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion?
Just for the record, Dave, Ms. Jacobo had to leave. She'll be joining the meeting remotely in a while, so we'll just take for the board staff.
Got it.
We'll remove her from this item number. Thank you.
Great. All right, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time today, Ms. Jensen.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll go to agenda item 5H and 5I. That's for CVS Pharmacy number 8822 and Ryan Clements. So if we have CVS Pharmacy and Ryan Clements, if you please come forward. All right, hi, good morning.
Good morning, class.
Good morning.
So Mr. Convery, I'm familiar with you, but if you could state your full name for the record.
Sure. Ryan Convery. I am here as a representative of CVS 8822.
Great. And then for Ryan Clements, I'd like to disclose, I'm familiar with Ryan from his time at Roseman University, but I feel that I could participate fairly and unbiased in this matter. Hi, Ryan.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. So if you could state again your full name for the record.
Yes, Ryan Clements, last name Clements.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to swear you in. You can join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you. All right. And I will turn it over to Mr. Zunino.
Thank you, President Park. For the record, Greg Zunino, I am handling this matter on behalf of the board staff. As you said, President Park, this is items number 5H and 5I on the agenda. 5H is it's a case of Nevada State Board of Pharmacy versus CVS Pharmacy 8822, case number 23051 PHS. And item number 5I is Nevada State Board of Pharmacy versus Ryan Clements, case number 23051 RPHS. The parties have reached a proposed stipulation in order for your consideration. I'll note that the accusation as to CVS begins at page 3845 of the board book. And as to Dr. Clements, it begins at page 3863 of the board book. There are two separate stipulations. One that has been signed by a representative of CVS that appears at page 3858, and then the one that was signed by Dr. Clements is at page 3875. Just to summarize the factual allegations in this case, that it's alleged that Dr. Clements was responsible for filling a prescription. The prescription was filled with 100 milligram losartan tablets as opposed to 50 milligram, which was the amount that was or the dose that was prescribed. And there was a problem with the label on the amber vial. The label actually indicated that the amber vial contained 50 milligram tablets when in fact it contained 100 milligram tablets. And the patient had an adverse response to that medication before she discovered that she was.
Mr. Zunino.
It's backwards.
I believe you have it backwards. Yeah. So it was the prescription for losartan with 50 milligrams instead of 100 milligrams. So it's incorrectly filled with 50s instead of the hundreds.
Correct. So the dose was insufficient then. Yeah, I got it wrong. Thank you for correcting me on that. So the patient did, I think, have an adverse response to it. She had experienced hypertension. The stipulation provides in each case with respect to Dr. Clements and CVS for a fine of $1,000, and in both CVS and Dr. Clements have agreed to reimburse the board for costs in the amount of $500. Both sums are due and payable on or before April 30th, 2026. I'll note that the fine in this case is consistent with the schedule of fines that appears in the Nevada Administrative Code. And I think both parties understand, CVS, Dr. Clements, that this matter will be reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank in accordance with federal law. And with that, I will defer to you, Madam President.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Convery and then to Mr. Clements.
Thank you. As I always say, I appreciate Mr. Zanino's courtesies on this, in reaching this settlement. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have, but otherwise I would respectfully ask that the board accept the stipulation as drafted on behalf of the pharmacy permit.
Thank you. And Mr. Clements or Ryan, do you have anything that you want to add?
I believe it was an agreeable stipulation. I do offer my apologies again in taking up everyone's time and for my mistake. But no, I am agreeable to the stipulation.
I think as every pharmacist, we could relate to this type of error. And when this happened, if you could recall, was there anything, was it a simple error or was it
Yeah, it was a
extremely busy
verification.
or was there distractions?
I would say like a normal pharmacy day, so busy would be fair. We were, at least myself, we're still adjusting to our new system, and so I maybe didn't have as the intense focus I have now currently, and so it was just something that escaped me.
You mentioned new system. What is a new system?
This was during my first year as a pharmacist in 2023, and our CVS had just rolled out our current visual system. So now we verify via an image as opposed to their previous method, which was by hand. If that makes sense, like we would physically open and look at the bottle and the medicine.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had an updated system at that point. I believe it was maybe a few months at that point. I couldn't recall exactly when, but we had the new current CVS method of using a tech taken image of the medicine rather than a physically opening it and viewing it with our own eyes.
So now you look at just the image and not what's in the bottle?
No, so the image is taken by a technician of what's in the bottle. Mm-hmm. And so that's opposed to how previously the techs would just leave it in like a basket. And so the pharmacist would hand verify and hand bag the prescription, as opposed to the method that is the tech takes an image and everything is captured within the computer system and then reviewed by the pharmacist after being assembled and bagged.
So in this particular case, you just look at a photograph of the 50 milligram tablets.
Correct. So yeah, the image, the technician process was done correctly, except for the tablets were misfilled, of course. And so the image is correct. It was of Losartan 50, except the prescription is supposed to be for 100. So the misfill is on my part for not correctly identifying the tablets were misfilled.
Okay, let me go one step further just to clarify it. So you looked at a picture of the 50 milligrams, but did you also see a picture of the prescription that says it was 100? Could you see them both at the same time?
Yeah, so like the system has what should be there and what is there. So it's clear to the pharmacist that's verifying that these two should match.
Okay, so you looked at the one that says 100, the prescription said 100, you looked at the tablet, said 50, and you passed it through.
Correct.
Because
it's a mistake on my part. The tablets are very closely so as in a speedy effort, a mistake was made, so I misverified it. The tablets look very similar, but no, so the system operated correctly, and it was my mistake that missed the difference in the pictures.
Oh, okay, so how do you not let that happen again?
It's something that's on my mind constantly. Even years later, every time I see, this manufacturer of Losartan is still very common with us. It still enters my mind every time that I verify it. CVS gives us a lot of tools to enhance and verify now. So the system has changed significantly since then. It makes it a lot easier for us to very quickly and accurately identify what is filled. I take much more time with it now than perhaps I was using in my first year.
Why don't you just pick up the bottle and look at the bottle and the drugs in the bottle?
The bottle's not available for us with that system. The bottle's bagged and filed once the tech has completely filled it and data captured it and taken the image. So the bottle would be available to me, but I would have to go and find it and fetch it and then come back and verify it.
So now you just take a harder look at that picture, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Board members, any additional questions?
Adam, for the record, I don't have any additional questions. I appreciate Mr. Cummins' explanation of of the system. That I think that helps kind of understand how that works. So I would move that we approve stipulations as presented by board staff for items 5H and 5I.
Shanice Taylor, for the record, I second.
We have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, those motions pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your time.
Thank you,
Okay,
Madam
Take a
President.
break. Yeah.
We'll take a quick break at this time. All right, so we'll continue with our Board of Pharmacy agenda and we'll go to item 5Y next, and that's for Grace Sing Song. So if we have representatives here, if you could please come forward. Okay, good morning.
I'm Craig Perry, bar number 3786. Hearing without my client, is the respondent Grace Sing Song.
Great, thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Lauren Tucker for the record on behalf of the state. This matter can be found on page 4165 of the board book. This one is for case number 25-370-RPH-B-S. And today we're only going to be talking about respondent Grace Sing Song. Her certificate of registration is number 24727. So the allegations out in the complaint as they relate to Ms. Sing Song are that as managing pharmacist at Terra Pharmacy, Ms. Sing Song processed at least 10 prescriptions that were not valid under Nevada law. And in the accusation, the board charged her with unprofessional conduct for performing duties in a negligent manner. Ms. Sing Song submitted an answer, which you can find on page 4179 of your board book. We also have a stipulation to present to you today. It is not in your board book, but copies should be in front of you, and I will go over the terms for you. So the terms are that Ms. Sing Song shall pay a fine of $2,500 and fees and costs in the amount of $750 to partially reimburse the board for their investigative costs and attorney's fees due by September 4th, 2026. Ms. Sing Song also agrees to participate in training with board staff on laws related to controlled substances in Nevada within 60 days of the effective date of this order. And with that, we present this stipulation to the board today for approval with an effective date of today, March 4th, 2026.
Can I add something and then we'll go to you, Craig? Just so you can globally see the picture because there's various different names on the agenda. And so it came to the board's attention that we had a couple pharmacies, Terra Pharmacy and Life Pharmacy, that were owned by one particular person that was a licensed pharmacist. And I think they had attempted to affect the change of the ownership related to that. In doing that, we went out and took a look at the pharmacy. We also noticed that there were some violations related to controlled substances and signatures on controlled substance. And so in front of you today, you have an accusation for the current pharmacy owner, who is Nazakat Nignatovi, and then Grace worked at that pharmacy, so she worked at the Terra Pharmacy. You also will see you have the people that attempted to purchase but was not a legal purchase because it was never approved by you. You'll see them too as part of an agenda item to get the pharmacies or a new pharmacy registered. So Grace's part in it was related to the controlled substances that we found when we went to go look at what was going on with the pharmacy. It wasn't related to the ownership. So I just want to be very clear. That's being tabled or continued at this particular point.
Thank you.
You're probably fine with that, right, Craig?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Perry, did you want to add any additional information?
Sure. So my client accepts full responsibility for her mistakes. She's remorseful. I could provide some context if you want some additional information about why or how this occurred.
Actually, I'd be curious, yes.
Okay, so she's a pharmacist. I think she probably took on a role that was a little bit over her head. I don't know how good the supervision was there. But what she explained to me is that she would get the prescription to fill and it would be unsigned. And she would make several attempts to contact the medical provider to get the signature on it. Meantime, these people need their meds, and she felt like she was in a pickle. And so she would give them because she couldn't get a hold of the medical provider. And so that's the context in which this occurred. And I think now that she's gone through this experience, she knows that there are some temporary things she can do before, if she can't get a hold of somebody, there's things that she can do. I also told her to report it if that happens. I don't know what else to tell her except for that if she can't get a hold of anybody. But she understands the seriousness of what occurred. She's no longer there. She's been very cooperative, and wanted to get this done and resolved right away.
So she had controlled substances, prescriptions without signature from the prescriber, and under pressure, she filled those?
Yes, she would do like a 15-day supply.
Do you know later on, were they legitimate prescriptions? Did the prescribers end up signing those? Just curious.
I don't believe there's any allegation that they weren't valid, just they weren't done correctly, they weren't signed. So she should have waited and either kept trying or maybe referred back to her employer about what to do in those situations.
Dave, for the record, our review of them they were mostly hospice prescriptions. It was, the same provider doing it. And we found no evidence that they weren't meant to be prescribed or there was diversion. It just was, she's not here to answer. I don't know why you would fill them, but that she did fill them. So.
Yeah, I get Adam Port for the record. I guess my concern is that we're talking, reading, there's 7 prescriptions over the course of a day or 2 days. In a time period where controlled substance prescriptions are supposed to be electronically prescribed, except for by exception. And so to me, that would be highly suspicious that I would get that many controlled substance prescriptions that were not electronically prescribed, even from a hospice provider.
I'm not testifying, but if it's okay, Craig, I interacted with Grace. I think everything Craig said, and he answered the question, so you can read those too. There was mitigating circumstances. There was no leadership in the pharmacy too, because we had a pharmacy that had no real owner. The other owner had left and basically abandoned the pharmacy. And the new owner didn't know the laws, didn't go through getting licensed. It was a recipe for disaster. And I think that we were happy that we found it and are now addressing it. I think Grace's background too was mostly in research drugs and those kinds of things. So she got the job because she needed to pay her bills or whatever the deal was. But I think her goal is to return back to manufacturing.
So I guess for Mr. Perry, for Grace Sing Song, you said she's no longer here, of course, and is she somewhere else practicing as managing pharmacist?
As a managing pharmacist, I don't know.
She's not practicing as a managing pharmacist. So again, just from testimony, talking to her, she is had some part-time work related to some industry work unrelated to dispensing of prescriptions, and that was what she's falling back on right now.
Record. Yeah, I mean, I think it just goes back to, as a licensed pharmacy in the state of Nevada, you're required to understand the laws around controlled substances, both within our state and federal law. So regardless of her background, that's the expectation. I like the part of the stipulation that has additional training with board staff to kind of shore that up.
Yeah, I'd like to put that on the record too. That's with Darla Zarley with the PMP, and then it'll be more focused. It'll go outside the PMP, just talking about the laws. We don't always do that, but it seemed like in this case that was very necessary.
Yeah.
I can jump in. She's already asked me who she needs to go to for that training, so I know she's anxious to get that additional training.
That's great. I don't have any additional questions unless somebody else.
The only other thing, I guess, that's kind of that I'm thinking about is if it sounds just based on, reading what we have in the book and from Mr. Perry that the sing song was just inexperienced and trying to help her patients out, didn't realize the laws, but I wonder if she should not be a managing pharmacist for a period of time. That was the only thing I was thinking about. I don't know if that's necessary or not, but I'll throw that out to my peers.
I thought about that too. However, if she's getting the training, we didn't specify what exactly is going into the laws. But Dave did state that the training would include beyond just the controlled substances. I don't know if we want that clarified and put it in the stipulation that she would have more experience, or they would go over the, other managing pharmacist laws and requirements and things like that.
I think for board staff's perspective, I probably missed that, so we would be open to that. I think that Craig can talk to her. I've talked to her a lot just about what her next steps are in pharmacy and not trying to get her too discouraged about this, but realize that she did something that was really not against the law. So that might be, we would be open to that being added for a period of time. I don't think she wants to do it, but she probably shouldn't. She's proven that, so. You open to some time of not being a managing pharmacist?
Sure. I'd be happy to discuss that with her, or if I need to discuss with her before we amend this.
Best you discuss it with her before, so.
I think it just maybe it's 1 year. Yeah, just not to be that she cannot be a managing pharmacist. And then I think that hopefully by then she would be ready.
Can you take a break and call her and see if she's agreeable to that? And you can also, if she wants to talk to the board, she can, it's your choice, but she can join and she can talk to the board if she chooses. We'll take a break.
Take a quick break. We are back with 5Y. So Mr. Perry, did you have a chance to connect with your client?
Yes, Craig Perry for the record. I did speak to the respondent, and she is amenable to a 1-year restriction to not operate as a managing pharmacist. Does that begin today? The date you
It
booked?
would be effective on the date of the order.
Okay.
Is she managing somewhere else?
I didn't ask her.
She's not, no.
I don't think
I thought it was an intriguing question to ask Craig, because she hasn't turned in any paperwork to manage.
I don't think so.
No, she hasn't.
But to be honest, I never answered that question, but if she was, she wouldn't be as of today.
All right. All right, board members.
So Crystal Freitas, I'd move to approve stipulation order as discussed for Grace Sing Song, with the addition of limiting her being a managing pharmacist for the period of 1 year.
Shanice Taylor, I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next, we'll go to agenda item 5M, 5N, and 5O. That's for CVS Pharmacy number 6717, Analea Presbytero and Todd Spears. We have representatives here or online. Please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom or press *6 if you are on the phone. Okay, I see a hand raised.
Roger Morris is here.
Madam President, Jade Jacobo, for the record, I'm going to recuse myself from this matter due to my former employment with CVS, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jacobo. We'll note that for the record.
Sorry, Jay, did you vote on the last item or were you
Yes,
just
I
going
did.
in? Okay, thanks. Just for our record. Sorry, thanks.
Thank you.
Got some more people joining. We have everybody, Madam President, if you want them to identify themselves.
Okay, all right. If we'll start with Mr. Morris and then you could each introduce yourself and your titles.
Sure. Roger Morris, counsel for CVS and pharmacist for matters M, N, and O.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
I am Todd Spears. I'm a CVS pharmacist, store 6717.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Analea Presbytero. I'm the pharmacy manager for store 6717.
Okay, and then I do need to disclose for the record that I'm familiar with Analea from Roseman University, but I feel I could participate fairly and unbiased in this matter. Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, I'm Jasmine Harshman. I'm a pharmacy technician at CVS 6717.
Great. So for Jasmine, Todd, and Analea, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Just a couple record keeping things will go. Roger, are you barred in Nevada? You probably are, but.
No, I am not. I'm appearing pro hoc vice, and Bill
Okay.
Stilling is there as local for me.
Okay, we just want to make sure that we have that record correct. So I assumed you were barred everywhere, so that's fine. And then for the technician, just for clarity, she wasn't charged in the matter, but she was related in the misfill. And so as you typically want us to do, we subpoenaed her to be here to hear what happened during the hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, Bill Stilling for the record. I've been involved in the case a bit, but Roger has been handling it. Roger is one of the leading pharmacy law people in the country, maybe the leading person in the country. So they've been managing it, but they've talked to me. Yes.
Okay.
Just for the record.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stilling. All right. Then with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker for the record on behalf of the state. This is for agenda items 5M, 5N, and 5O. The respondents are, for case number 24-013-PH, case number 24-013-RPH-A-S, and 24-013-RPH-B-S. The beginning of this one can be found on page 3937 of your board books. And the respondents are CVS Pharmacy number 6717, license number PH 01932, Analia Presbitero, certificate of registration number 23353, and Todd Spears, certificate of registration number 18123. So this case involves, according to the accusation, involves a misfill where a pharmaceutical technician inadvertently swapped the labels for Lexapro and Tramadol. The verification was done through virtual verification. The pharmacist on duty, Mr. Spears, verified the prescription, as I said, through virtual verification and did not catch the error, resulting in a misfill. When one of the patients returned, another pharmacist, Ms. Presbitero, viewed the photo again and again did not catch the error. The patient who received the Tramadol instead of the Lexapro reported that she experienced drowsiness and hallucinations, and the patient who received the Lexapro reported feeling more pain than normal, weight gain, and migraines. In the accusation, we charged each pharmacist of 1 count each of unprofessional conduct for errors in dispensing, and charged CVS with 1 count of pharmacy responsibility and 1 count of negligence. So we have 3 stipulations to present before you today. I will start with the 2 pharmacists. So the first one for Ms. Presbitero can be found on page 3966 of the board book. In that stipulation, Ms. Presbitero admits to count 1 for unprofessional conduct, and she agreed to pay a $500 fine and $500 for fees and costs to partially reimburse the board for its investigative fees and investigative costs and attorney's fees payable within 30 days of the date of the stipulation, or the effective date of the stipulation, excuse me. Next, I will go to the other pharmacist, Mr. Todd Spears. His stipulation can be found on page 3987 of the board book. The terms are that he admits to count 2 for unprofessional conduct, $1,000 fine, and $500 for fees and costs to partially reimburse the board for its investigative costs and attorney's fees, also payable within 30 days of the date of the stipulation. Our third stipulation is with CVS Pharmacy number 6717. That stipulation does not appear in your board book, but you should have copies in front of you. And I will go over the terms of that one as well. So the terms are that CVS does not contest count 3 for pharmacy responsibility and admits that evidence exists to establish a factual basis for the count. It also, for count 4 of negligence, CVS denies that the conduct was unprofessional or negligent, but admits that evidence exists to establish facts related to the charge. It also agrees as a result to a $5,000 fine, $500 fees and costs to partially reimburse the board for its investigative costs and attorney's fees due April 30th, 2026. In addition, CVS shall provide staff with copies of materials, provide board staff with copies of materials to confirm that all CVS pharmacists in Nevada have the discretion to perform visual inspections of prescription drugs, and they are supposed to provide it to our staff by April 30th, 2026. And in addition, CVS agrees that it will provide a written summary of its plan to provide ongoing reminders or training concerning pharmacist's discretion to visually inspect the drugs. And with that, I present to you the stipulation to the board today for approval with an effective date of today, March 4th, 2026.
Mr. Morris, I'll turn it to you.
Yeah, Ms. Tucker's recitation is absolutely correct. The only thing I would add just for background is the events at issue in this case took place in January of 24, 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, and significantly earlier than other matters you may have heard involving virtual verification. Since that time, there have been a number of improvements, enhancements in the program itself, the photographs that are taken, the SOPs, and the enforcement and training on those.
Adam Port for the record. I think that this case kind of highlights where the process can go wrong upstream of the images that the pharmacist sees. So can anyone talk to me about maybe what processes are in place to help prevent the wrong bottle being, is there something in place where you're only handling one prescription at a time, or something along those lines, that is a requirement of CVS moving forward?
Sure. Dr. Spears?
Yeah, so Todd Spears. I've been with CVS almost 20 years, and I've been using this virtual verification now for, like you mentioned, the 2 years, and we haven't had any incidents since then. I really like it. It does free up some of my time for counseling and decreasing my stress load, so I can focus more and take more time on those issues that might need more attention. We do have, a situation where in the past that that technician was maybe handling too many prescriptions at a time, and that has been rectified. Like we mentioned, it hasn't had a second incident since then. But overall, I think it's a great system, and the system guarantees, like when you scan the QR code, it captures the expiration dates, it captures the drug. It it warns the technician if the count's wrong. So it has a lot of improvements, and I do really like the CVS system as at this point.
Dr. Presbytero, do you want to add?
I was going to say, I do agree. Since then, there has been a lot of updates to the system, which can decrease errors, especially the idea of scanning QR codes and now accurately counting the medications as well.
Can you restate your question so that they might answer your question?
So I guess sorry, Adam Porth for the record again, the problem that I see is that you can scan QR codes. And in this case, it sounded like QR codes were scanned ahead of the label actually being on the vial. And so has something changed in the process to where, in this case, you're only labeling one prescription at a time, rather than having two potentially unlabeled vials where you could mix up before they get labeled?
As the manager, I have gone over it with my team that it is one prescription at a time. So until that prescription is bagged and completely sealed, that we do not move on to the next prescription. So that's something that I've, counseled them on as well.
And that's the SOPs as well that spell that out.
This is Helen Park. I do have a couple questions based on the materials that were provided to us. So starting with Analia, for the events that are detailed, basically, and correct me if I'm wrong with any of these details, because I'm going to try to do it from my recollection. When you verified the prescription, the label, and the drug through CVS's virtual verification system, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then when you did that, everything was correct.
Yes.
So as a pharmacist, how would you know that what are you verifying? Just that the images are correct, or you're not actually verifying what's in the bag? Or can you tell me a little bit about that?
With CVS's system, I know that it's not normal practice to look into the bag. We verify the picture that's taken alongside the pictures of the tablets that our system officer shows us. Along with that, it shows this correct quantity that it should be, the MDC number, everything about the product. And then also with the vial, the prescription number, and that it's closed, that it's packaged correctly or packaged.
Okay, so how do you know what's in the bag?
Just trusting CVS's system and putting practices into play that the technicians are following protocol.
Okay. And then, so in this case, you followed all of CVS's policies and procedures correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you did anything wrong?
I think at the time, my technician may have been feeling a little overwhelmed. which forced her to, do those, like feel that certain way. But yeah.
Did you follow CVS's policies and procedures or SOPs?
I followed CVS's procedures. I believe I did.
So I guess what I'm, just for board members, it's, Analia followed the processes that she's supposed to follow, but it yielded an error. And so I think there's more of a systemic or policy issue rather than a pharmacist error, because she had the right images in front of her. So that's where I have a little bit of some challenge with the stipulation for Miss Dr. Presbitero, because she followed the policies and procedures. Now, those policies and procedures, I think, are flawed if they ended up in this scenario. But Analia's role, she was following what she was told to do. Or
Ms. Park, in this particular case, unfortunately, the technician did not follow the policies and procedures and was working on 2 prescriptions at once to be able to do that, and should not have been. It was not consistent with that. And obviously the pharmacist is there as well to be able to. It's an unfortunate one. And I said, this has changed to make sure that they are absolutely ensuring it is 1 prescription at a time. It is being, the pictures of the pills are taken, then the picture with the label on the bottle is taken. That's an additional picture that was not taken in January of 24 to make sure this won't happen. And again, the training is that bottle is then put into the bag by itself. So all of the policies and procedures, had all of the personnel followed them, this would not have occurred as an error.
Shanice Taylor, I have an additional question in regards to imaging. I understand it shows the picture of the tablet, but does that image also give you real-time quantity count? Like, do you see the amount of tablets that's in that vial?
Are you asking in January of 24 or today?
During this time that it occurred. I guess I'm asking this question because even if the image of the tablet was correct, you would be able to identify that there was only 30 tablets instead of the 90 for the tramadol.
I don't remember if the exact tablet or the count was available on virtual verification at that time. But I do know, I don't know at that time.
It is available today. And that's one of the changes that occurs, that it gives you an actual count of the pills.
Okay, but Ms. Presbitero, our president asked you if you felt you did anything wrong. Counselor said that Tech did something wrong. She wanted to know, did you do anything wrong?
In a sense, I did not making sure my technicians were following policy. So I take responsibility for that.
So you think that you should have been watching your tech fill all the prescriptions?
No, but I think I could, if she felt pressured, I think that there could have been something done on my end to help ease that. So that way she wasn't filling multiple prescriptions at the same time.
Okay, so in the beginning, when we first started, you talked about things have changed. One of the things changed was you scan a QR code. I'm not familiar with that, but my fellow board members are, they're pharmacists. Doesn't mean anything to me. But what are some of the other things that, and Mr. Spears, you could jump in on this. What are some of the other things that you're doing now besides that you didn't do then? You both of you either could answer it.
Yeah, I think that at that time it was a new system for us, and I think at that time we were just trying to get used to it, and you know, it's natural human behavior to try to find shortcuts, and you know, unfortunately, we found a little shortcut. We're filling multiple prescriptions that that we didn't kind of catch. But once we caught that, and once we realigned the team on why that's important to make sure we do one prescription, follow the protocol as is, it's a great system in the whole. But it was unfortunate that it was new to us.
What else?
And, since then, like I said, we didn't have any other issues similar to that. Our technicians are aligned. It takes them more time to fill prescriptions, and it eases the burden for the pharmacist. So it does, on the whole, I think patient safety has improved with the initiation of the virtual verification.
Okay, so the only thing you did different, you told your technicians to do one prescription at a time. So they just take one, but they don't ever have more than one bottle in front of them.
That's
Right.
correct.
To summarize, they have added the second picture as well with the labeled vial that goes on it. So we're not talking about unlabeled. You have the labeled vial that is in there to be able to do it. They've done additional trainings for the folks, and they've, like any new technology, they've become much more comfortable with the technology and how it works and the benefits of it to be able to do that.
Okay, so if your technician is doing one bottle at a time, and you're the pharmacist that's going to okay it, instead of and I'm asking both of you again, instead of your technician handing you a photograph, since they're doing one at a time, and they're saving time for you and giving you a lot more time, what's the difference in them handing you a photograph or handing you the bottle itself with the prescription in it and the label and everything else? Well, give me the difference there.
Yeah, I think in the past, the way it worked, like we mentioned before, is the technician would fill the prescription, put it in a basket, and then throw the baskets all piled up on the floor, waiting for the pharmacist to take them out one by one, open the bottle, dump it in a visual verification tray, inspecting it against the image that you're supposed to be seeing, and then putting it back in the bottle, bagging it up, and stapling it, and then putting it away. The new way has the technician doing most of the labor. And so to your point, there's nothing stopping the technician from doing everything right and then throwing something else in the bag and stapling it, causing a diversion case. But we've never had that situation where they deliberately put something different, trying to trick the pharmacist. At this point, that's not a concern at our pharmacy.
I know that we've never accused a technician of trying to trick a pharmacist by putting the wrong prescription in the bag. I'm just wondering, how is it saving time and allowing you more time if all you're saying is you don't have to open the bag? Well, they could just set the bag in the bottle in front of you, but the bottle should be right in front of you. It doesn't have to be in the bag. And you could just drop it in the bag after you look at it. I mean, I just don't understand that, why you think this is, I'll tell you something. For 5 years, this board has been dealing with retail pharmacists, mostly CVS, because they're the ones that appear before us the most. And there's virtual verification and people coming before us that got injured by it. Because mistakes were made, and looking at a photograph doesn't correct the mistake. We've been going round and round and round. And for some reason, CVS doesn't want to work with this board. They just want to continue to do this and continue to have people get a danger to the public, in my opinion. The NRS, no, you can't, Counselor. The NRS in this state states that the pharmacist must inspect the final product. You learned that in school. You learned it before you got your license. You must inspect the final product. It doesn't say you must inspect the photograph of the final product or a replica of the final product. It says the final product. And if you could stand there and tell me that the final product is that photograph, you need to go back to school, because it's not the final product. What CVS did was they self-interpreted the laws. Now, they could get away with it in other states because they may not have a law like that in other states that you got to inspect the final product. Or if they do have a law like that, they probably control that board of pharmacy with pharmacists that are on it that all work for retail pharmacists, so they can get away with it. But the only thing that's happening is they're putting the public in danger. That's all that they're getting away with, is putting the public in danger for the sake of allowing you to fill more prescriptions at a faster rate. And where did that get them? It got them right now. There's a regulation in Carson City getting ready to come down that they can't do that anymore, that they're going to have to give you more help, that you're going to have more pharmacists so that you don't make mistakes and these prescriptions don't go out to the general public. The only people in danger here is the general public, because CVS self-interpreted a law that wasn't meant to be self-interpreted, that it was speak for itself. And I can't understand for the life of me why you keep coming up in here and making excuses about why this is a better thing. You have no facts. You have nothing to prove it. In fact, 4 years ago, I sat here and listened to a representative of CVS said that we supplied all the data to a company that sifted through it and showed us how it's 20% safer to do virtual verification. And all we said was, well, then let us see the data you supplied them and let us see the results that they got from the data you supplied them on virtual verification 4 years ago. And 4 years ago, we got nothing. You know why we got nothing? Because it doesn't exist. There's no way looking at a photograph is better than looking at the final product to keep that patient safe. And I don't care what CVS says about, well, we'll go to court and we'll do this. Yeah, well, think about it. You go to legislature, those legislatures are patients of CVS. You think they're going to want to, you know, that they took or a granddaughter took a bottle of pills that was, you looked at a photograph of? You think that the judge at a hearing is going to say his wife shops at CVS and gets prescription, or you think he's going to say, oh yeah, well, that's fine. They could look at a photograph. My wife gets the wrong pill, she gets the wrong pill. It's the general public that's going to be hearing your case. And I can't see how, for the life of me, the two of you can sit there and say that it's much safer and it's never going to happen again. Because that's not the case. And I'll tell you something else when you take this into the public. I'd like to see CVS's risk management records to see how many complaints were filed and how from misfills that were a result of this. Because when you go to a court, discovery allows us to look at that. I'd like to look at it. There's no way it's safer to look at photographs instead of the final product. And I'm the public member here. I'm not a pharmacist, but I can tell you this. I'll tell you one other thing. It happened to me. I got the wrong prescription. I got the wrong medication because the prescription called for one dosage. I got the wrong dosage through virtual verification. I mean, what a bad break for CVS that happens to me, who doesn't like it anyway. So I'm telling you right now, I don't care what you say about I don't care what you're going to show this board by April 30th about how you've improved everything. All you improved was you took a couple extra photographs or you enlarged a couple photographs. But we've heard testimony here before that all pills look alike, a lot of pills look alike. You can't even tell on dosages. It's a sore subject with me. And every time it comes before us, like our president said, what did you do wrong? You did nothing wrong. Somebody was injured. A person was injured. Well, you followed the procedures. But the procedures were wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Tomaso. I have a question for Elia. So going back to your situation that occurred, and then based on what Todd shared as well, with kind of the older process where you would look at and then what's in the bag and what's in the bottle, and then you would, put it away essentially. If you were to have used that process, do you think this error would have occurred?
No. But it's possible, but in this case, no.
Right, because you would have seen it, right? Another opportunity to, hey, it's mismatched.
Yeah.
And then we have the technician on the line, which is really nice. And so I'd like to ask her a couple questions too. Jasmine, so can you tell us about what happened that day?
As I can remember, when I was filling the prescriptions, I had so CVS, it allows us to print a batch, which is about 10 of the labels. So I had 10 of those labels sitting to the right of me as I was filling. And then I take one label off of that stack, put it in front of me, scan it, get the bottle, scan the bottle, look at the picture it provides of the tablets, put it in the counter to count it, and then I put it in the bottle, and then I had put the label to the left of me, and I had put the bottle on top of the label. And then after that, I would go to the next one and repeat the process. And in that process, during that time, I had mislabeled the bottles and then just put them in the bag and then in the basket.
And you've been with CVS for quite some time, is that correct?
About 5 years now.
And then were you following the standard operating procedures as you were filling, or were you aware of the standard operating procedures?
Oh, yes, we have modules to do almost every month about the procedures for it. And no, I wasn't following it because unfortunately I was trying to rush and get them out as quickly as possible. So no,
It's
I
a high
wasn't
vol-
following it.
Is it a high volume pharmacy?
When I had first came to the store, it wasn't, but then when I had came back after working in specialty, it started to become high volume. So as I was trying to get used to it, I was just doing too much. So right now it's at the point where it's very high in volume than it was 2 years ago.
And I know it's hard to remember stuff from 2 years ago, but were there other technicians working at that time?
I think there was 4 of us. We have a drive-through, a pickup, drop off, and then 2 filling stations. So there's usually 2 fillers, 2 pickup people, and then someone at drop off. So in total, there's usually 5 of us, 4 or 5 of us. Mhm.
And then when it's busy like that, was it commonly, even though your standard operating procedures are one at a time, that other technicians would do more than one at a time?
Oh no. No, it was just me. Everyone that was there when I got there, they were new, so nobody was feeling as much as me or feeling at all. Most of them would be either at drop off or pick up, and then I would be at QP1 filling most of it. But nobody was copying me or anything.
Ms. Presbytero, let me ask you something. If you go back to work tomorrow and you're looking at a photograph, can you, if you want, just set that photograph down and just go over and open that bag and take a look in the bag and look at the bottle?
I'm sorry, it's a little hard to, can you repeat the last part?
If you would like, when you were looking at a photograph,
Uh-huh.
can you just set the photograph down and walk over and find the bag, find the prescription, open it, look at it, and rummage through and see what's in the bag?
Yeah, I mean, there are times where sometimes if I don't know, or if it's unclear, I can go and look at it. Our system does tell us where the bag is located, like the number. And but yeah.
Well, what would trigger your reason to go look at it?
Sometimes if it just looks a little off, or if the count was off, specifically like the color, the pills look different, the imprint, or just if I have any general question, then yes, that would be an instance to go and grab it and look at it.
Okay. And then getting back to Mr. Todd Spears. Time saved is the fact that you don't have to, you wouldn't have to go open in the bag, right? Because the bottle's in the bag, you don't have to open it, pull it out and look at it. Is that right?
That's right.
To be clear, all C2s require the hand review. They don't go through the virtual verification, as well as a number of products that don't fit within it. So there's a significant percentage that are done every day without virtual verification as well.
So why that? If it's so safe, why not do that for your C2s?
From a diversion perspective, just to make sure that there's one less opportunity for that.
So there's opportunity for diversion than for all the other ones through Vera.
There's opportunity for diversion in every pharmacy that there is with staff. C2s are treated differently in lots of pharmacies for lots of different ways, and we keep them in safes. We do other things with it. So that's part of the process that they have done.
Speaking about diversion, you're right, so the technician can send any photograph they want forward.
Well, they're
It's not gonna
saying,
be in a bag.
what they're saying, what Mr. Morris is saying is that they do not do virtual verification for the C2s.
C2 is.
It's a type of controlled substance because they don't want to risk diversion.
Right.
So to me, if you're saying that virtual verification is so safe and that these things, are unlikely to happen,
Shouldn't have to do
then why not with yours?
C2s. But even you could also, the technician, it just struck me another thing, that the technician could send a photograph of 90 pills in a bottle and take 10 for themselves. The pharmacist doesn't know if there's 90 or not.
That's true.
There's too many ways of making mistakes in that.
To be clear here, I have been a pharmacist for 40 years, an attorney for 37 years working in pharmacy. If you have someone who is intent on stealing from a pharmacy, be it a technician or being a pharmacist, there is no system that is going to stop them from doing it at that moment. We have this pharmacy, as do many, put cameras in place, have safes and security there. What you're doing is building a system for people to be compliant, to be able to safely fill prescriptions. This system accurately counts the pills. One of the benefits of the system as compared to looking at a prescription live is it pulls up, based on the QR code, a reference picture of what the pill should look like. And you can look at it at the pharmacist in real time on the computer screen, not a photograph, but a computer screen image, to be able to match up what the pill is supposed to look like based on this, to be able to do it much better than your eyeball is going to be able to do looking at the information. There is no system in pharmacy that is going to be foolproof under every circumstance for every single time. This improves the odds for patients much better than the eyeball system. But they also have the option at any point, as both of the pharmacists told you, if they think there is anything strange, anything out of the ordinary with it, to go look at the physical prescription.
Everything you say is true, Counselor, except that virtual verification makes it easier for it that doesn't make it harder. You're just making it easier. You're making yourself a soft target when you do that. So, and I'll tell you something else. You keep arguing for this virtual verification. You think it's a good tool? That's fine. Keep it. But the pharmacist still has to look at the final product. Look at the picture and the drugs.
I think for the pharmacists, so if products are being virtually verified, when you're counseling patients or when you release the prescriptions, do you feel comfortable that they've been because you're the one that's releasing the prescription, right? Do you feel comfortable that using that virtual verification or that it's the right drug and everything's correct? Or I guess it just seems to me that you're putting in a lot of trust into a system that is potentially flawed, as we see here.
Who are you directing it to?
Either pharmacist.
For
Maybe pick
me,
one.
every system's not foolproof, but at the same time, I could definitely look at the image. When I counsel my patients, I could take the bottle out of the bag and I could open it up. I think there's a image list on the prescription bottle, and we have many patients where we change manufacturers, and then the patients come back and say, hey, this isn't the same color that it was last month, and we check, and yes, the manufacturer was changed, but we always direct them to that image, the description of the pill, and that's an extra safeguard to them. But on the whole, I'm pretty comfortable that what's in the bag is what's listed on the bottle.
Okay, let's talk about what happened in your case. So a patient came back and said that the count is off, and then a technician told you, and then what happened?
So I looked at the image to see, I was expecting to see 30 tablets, patient needed 90. The image again showed correct that they got 90, but the patient was complaining that there was only 30. So we put an extra 60 tablets in the bottle. The part where I failed to recognize is that there could have been, and you know, it's indicated that there was Lexapro in the bottle, and I should have known and seen the commingling, but you know, that's where I failed to recognize that there might have been commingling at that point.
So in that situation, Todd, you looked at the prescription virtually, but you didn't check the contents?
Right. The technician brought me the bottle, the physical bottle, and my normal procedure is to match the imprint on the tablet to the label to make sure it's fine. And in this instance, I failed to open the bottle and check to make sure all the tablets were the same.
So going back to kind of safety in terms of getting the right prescription to the right patient, if you had looked in the bottle, that you would have caught that, likely.
Yes.
To be clear, the instance where Mr. Spear is discussing was not part of the normal filling process. The patient came back with a complaint with it. He had multiple options as to what he could or couldn't have done there. But they ultimately end up putting 60 more pills on top of the wrong pill, physically looking at it.
Well, that wasn't what the president told him. The president said that had he originally looked at the outgoing prescription, he would have caught it before he even got to the patient. That's what she said.
Well, on that day where there was commingled, he would have seen that it was commingled, but he didn't look at that. He looked at it virtually. Is that right, Todd?
Yes. When the bottle came back, I looked at it virtually.
Dave Lees for the record. Dave Lees for the record. I think what we're seeing is, you know, it's bigger than this case. It's pharmacy, where policies of a store become what the law is. And we've seen it with whether it's people taking a test and they're working in a retail place and now they think that that's the law. I think that there's an obligation of board staff to help educate the pharmacists related to this. So we've already started that process. We do need you to process these cases so that we can figure out where you're going to go, because that's, you know, we listen to you and then enforce the law the way you see these cases, and that's what we use as we move forward. So there will be an effort, the attorneys are already working on it, Yen and I are, of education to all the pharmacies in the state, what the expectation is. I think Mr. Tomaso correctly stated how the law states, and we'll do that for all the pharmacies moving forward. I do think, like, through the stipulated process, I do think that my sense is that CVS wants to work with us and maybe not have these cases continue to come. And so I think that's an opportunity for us to do that. But you, as Todd can tell you, you go to hearing and we can get more into the details, and the staff's fine with doing that if that's what you choose to do. But you have, I mean, you've asked all the questions that we would ask. I do think that Yen has a couple questions too, if she's on Zoom, if you would allow that. But I just want to say that we, regardless of what happens, we'll put an education piece from our part to the world, to the pharmacy world, saying this is how we're enforcing this law. I want to also say that, like, this is an industry thing. I'm talking to other pharmacy operators that want to do similar things. They're watching what you want to do, what you're doing, and there's always an opportunity for regulations that can clarify this to pinpoint exactly what you want to do. But we have to operate under the laws that we have. Right now. So I'll, if you can ask Yen to ask your questions, I sure appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Weiss. Dr. Long.
Thank you, Madam President, and Long for the record. This is for Analea. My first question is, while using virtual verification, how many prescriptions do you think you can verify in a minute in any given day?
I don't have like a number, but I do know it takes about 5 to 10 seconds to look at it through virtual, like one prescription through virtual verification.
So 5 to 10 seconds per prescription.
Yeah, maybe even 15, just yeah, but
Okay, how about you, Mr. Spears? How many prescriptions can you verify in a minute utilizing virtual verification?
Yeah, I would say pretty similar, maybe 50 prescriptions per hour is very doable.
50, 50?
50.
Okay, so all right. And versus physical verification, you guys worked in a pharmacy where you had to physically open a bottle and verify the prescription?
yeah.
And how many prescriptions do you think you can verify utilizing that process?
It's probably the same. We're
Similar.
just trading time for the pharmacist to the technician. It takes the technician more time to fill it, the pharmacist less. But overall, between verifying the hard copy and then verifying the product, maybe doesn't save a lot. It just frees a lot of bagging and administrative, like routine, repetitive things.
Okay. And is it CVS policy that you as a pharmacist can exercise discretion to physically review each prescription if you wanted to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Do you feel that if you were to exercise that discretion and physically reviewed each prescription instead of utilizing the image, that you'll be able to keep up with your workload? Or do you feel like utilizing the image truly helps you with keeping up with your workload that is imposed on you by CVS?
Personally, I don't think we could get through all the prescriptions if we had to open each bag again.
And how about you, Miss Presbitero?
I would say the same thing.
Okay. But if you were given the time that you need to fulfill your responsibilities to counsel and all of that, would you still choose to use virtual verification, or would you open the bottle to physically verify the products, or would you do both? Maybe utilize the virtual verification as a tool on top of opening the bottles to ensure that the product is correct. If you were given all the time that you need to fulfill your duties, what would you choose to do?
Me personally, I like the way it's set up now, and just looking at the image that was taken. But if we're mandated or we find that it's in the the patient safety is going to be increased by opening up, then I'd be happy to do either way.
I don't mind doing either or. I think, I mean, I do see some where sometimes our virtual verification has like been a little bit has been beneficial to us. But yeah, I also don't mind opening it because there are times when I have to like open it anyways to look at it.
And you mentioned that it's beneficial to you guys. Can you explain what that benefit is?
So we have had patients come back and say that, things were incorrect, or not incorrect, but they were saying like they were shorted, not incorrect medication, but quantities where we were able to pull it up and then actually check and say, and the patient's, oh, like maybe it's at home somewhere. And it's been multiple instances where the patient's like, oh yeah, I found it at home kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so like when patients come back and say you guys miscounted, that helps.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that, sorry about that. Do you feel that utilizing both the virtual and physical verification would, improve the safety of the medication and make sure that the medication isn't dispensed incorrectly? Do you think utilizing the virtual verification as a tool rather than in place of verification would be more helpful?
I think as a tool, virtual verification is great. It double counts the tablets, like with some sort of AI or some sort of imaging, where if you count too many, it'll flag it. If you count too few, it'll flag it. So I do like to keep all that. And the image storage, where you could recall it, I would love to keep that. If we had to do a final check or remodify something, then is what it is. But virtual verification brings a lot of features that we didn't have before that I've kind of become to rely on.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, board members, any additional questions? So I'll just start some board discussion then.
Before you do that, Bill, did you want to, you came to the table. Is there something, you don't have to say anything, but did you want to say something?
No, part of it was I couldn't hear, I think.
Okay. No, yeah, I think Billy fixed that. No, thanks.
So I struggle with this, especially like in Annalea's case, because she followed the standard operating procedures. And if you're verifying and everything on this screen is correct, then she followed the process that she was supposed to follow. So then to me, I feel like that error belongs to CVS as a whole, not just, that's not an Annalea kind of error. In Todd's case, it's similar. He looked at the virtual verification, and of course that's correct, but then it doesn't match the bag. Same with Annalea. That's correct. It doesn't match the bag. I know his was a little different because it came back as a misfill, so it wasn't the standard kind of filling. But if he had just checked it, it could have made it safer for the patient. So in both instances, I think it's more of a CVS process, more so than the pharmacists. So that's the part where I'm struggling. I think CVS needs to be accountable for those errors and their processes to protect the patients and to prevent these types of errors.
To help you with that, I think I'll have Laura just read in count 4 into the record, if that's okay. Because I mean, this is charged different than other cases. I think attempting to address that. So if Laura can read count 4 in for the record, that may address that. I don't want, if you don't want to do it now, you want to do it later. Yeah.
Would be helpful. So Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. Laura Tucker for the record. I'm going to read count 4 of the accusation, which can be found on page 3943 of your board books. Count 4, performing duties in a negligent manner against respondent CVS number 6717. Paragraph 42. As alleged above, CVS number 6717, acting through its corporate officers and managers, directed its pharmacists, including Presbytero and Spears, to use the accuracy scan technology as a substitute for a direct visual inspection of the drugs that they dispensed to their patients. Paragraph 43. As alleged above, it became standard operating procedure for the pharmacists employed by CVS 6717 to use the accuracy scan technology as a substitute for a direct visual inspection of the drugs that they dispensed to their patients. CVS number 6717 actively encouraged adherence to the standard operating procedure. Paragraph 44. On information and belief, CVS number 6717, acting through its corporate officers and managers, directed its pharmacists to use the accuracy scan technology as a means of meeting production goals that would not otherwise have been met if pharmacists had performed a direct visual inspection of the drugs that they dispensed. Paragraph 45. Pursuant to NAC 639.245 and NAC 639.252, CVS number 6717 had a duty to ensure that its pharmacists performed a direct visual inspection of the drugs that they dispensed. Paragraph 46. Acting through its officers and managers, CVS number 6717 fostered a work environment in which its pharmacists were actively discouraged from performing a direct visual inspection of the drugs that they dispensed. Number 47. In light of the foregoing, CVS number 6717 performed its duties as a licensee in an incompetent, unskillful, or negligent manner. Paragraph 48. Due to its unprofessional conduct as alleged above, CVS number 6717 caused prescription number 1223493 and prescription number 1223500 to be erroneously filled.
So from, I mean, board staff's perspective, we charge the accusation the way that you would tell us to charge it. I know that's your thoughts on it. And then, and we negotiated with CVS, they're denying it, of course, but they're saying that we have evidence that could be presented. So, I mean, those things are done and behind you, it's like, what is the path forward? And they're saying to us that they're going to do things that will make it clear to the pharmacist that they can check the physical prescription. Using any kind of technology on top of that, kind of like Dr. Long said, is a good thing for the public. Why not do it? You said it yourself. So I just wanted to frame what's in front of you, and how we charged it.
You know, I hear what you're saying, Madam President, about this step. I think you're thinking of should you change the step, but I don't know if that's necessary, because here's the bottom line. These two pharmacists know that they cannot say with any certainty that what's in the photograph that they approved is in the bag. They said it. Counselor said it. That's why they do the C2s. There's no certainty that the public, the general public, is getting what's in that photograph. No guarantees, no certainty. It just allows for too many mistakes, allows for too many injuries. It's unsafe. That's the bottom line. They could say all they want about how great it is. Of course. Yeah, I'd rather just flip through photographs instead of open a bag and take out the bottle. It sounds nice. But that's not what they became pharmacists for. They became pharmacists for to protect the general public, to make sure the general public is getting what they're supposed to get, what that doctor wrote on that prescription, and they're not getting it. And harm comes to people for that. And this should be the last time we see CVS, as long as I'm a board member, because they said they got a system now, with all these new precautions. If we scan CR code, one prescription per person, blah, blah, blah. Well, we should never see them again if it's that so fail-safe. So you know what? I'm good with just letting them go forward, because this should be the last time we see them.
So, Mr. Tomaso, are you saying the SIP for the pharmacist or the pharmacist? And there's three in front of us. So there's the CVS STIP, there's one for Analea, and there's one for Todd.
Well, sure. I'm for letting the pharmacists themselves think that they made mistakes. I asked that. She said, well, she should have kept an eye on the tech. The other gentleman says, I loved it. Mr. Spears says, I love this system. It's great. It allows me to do a lot of other things. Okay, well, you see, you made a mistake. It didn't. People got hurt. So they should have to pay that price on the step. And same with CVS. It was their system that caused it. So yeah, I'm for letting all the steps go through, because this should be the end of it.
Adam Porth of the record, I think, Madam President, kind of where your head's at as far as like, is there any liability on Analea, given that she followed the standard processes of her employer? I do, ultimately, she is responsible for what her technicians do. And so if she was allowing her technician to not follow standard procedure, I think there is some amount of liability there. So I would agree with Mr. Tomaso that I would be comfortable moving forward with all three stipulations as presented.
So the only stipulation I have a concern with, it pains me for Analea and Todd, because I feel like they were following the process. It's just the process isn't the most safe. I think if it was that plus checking the bag, then this situation could have been avoided. I do wonder about the CVS STIP. I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if it changes anything. I don't know if it makes it safer. And so I'm concerned that that it does not adequately protect the public from. And we know that with the virtual verification that these liabilities exist, and I feel like it should be we may need to consider doing more in order to protect the public. That's where my concerns lie. I'd be okay with the other two steps based on, yes, at the end of the day, Annalee is the managing pharmacist, and I get that she's responsible. If he had checked that, so there's some errors made there. I'm more concerned about the CVS stipulation.
Adam, for the record, I guess the only solace that I have is that
I need some,
based
so yes.
on the fact that we within the stipulation that CVS corporate is going to have to provide board staff with some sort of documentation as to where visual inspection fits into the current process, what the SOPs are around that. I think that if those are insufficient, then there might be some recourse there.
Crystal Grace, just for the record, I agree with this report because it is stated that way in the stipulation that they have to let the pharmacist know or make a written statement that all the pharmacists have discretion to perform the visual inspection. I feel like the stipulation makes it more palatable that way.
So, Ms. Tucker, I'm so sorry, but since we didn't get a chance to review the stipulation in advance, can you walk us through it one more time?
Yes. And Madam President, thank you. This is Laura Record on behalf of the state. So I'm going to walk through the stipulation. I also want to make sure that everyone has a copy of the stipulation.
Yes.
It's copied for the public, Billy. You can leave it there, just for the record, thanks.
Okay, so for the stipulation, as it relates to CVS pharmacy number 6717, pharmacy license number PH01932. On page 2 of the stipulation, paragraph 6, related to count 3 of the accusation, that is the pharmacy owner responsibility. Respondent CVS does not contest the charge against it and admits that evidence exists, and that board counsel prosecuting this case presents such evidence at an administrative hearing to establish a factual basis for the alleged violation. On page 3, paragraph 7, as to count 4 of the accusation, that is for negligence, unprofessional conduct. CVS denies that its conduct was unprofessional or negligent, but admits that evidence exists and that board counsel prosecuting this case presents such evidence at an administrative hearing to establish facts as outlined in the stipulation. And to resolve this matter, CVS is agreeing to, on page 4 of the stipulation, paragraph 8A, for an administrative fine of $5,000 for the violations alleged in count 3 and counts 3 and count 4 of the accusation. And they will also pay a sum of $500 to partially reimburse the board for investigative costs and attorney's fees. Both of these shall be due April 30th, 2026. Also, on or before April 30th, 2026, I'll go ahead and just read this one word for word instead of paraphrasing it. This is on page 5 of the stipulation, paragraph 8C. On or before April 30th, 2026, CVS Corporate Management shall provide the board staff with copies of written policies, procedures, training manuals, or other materials, if any, that specifically confirm or corroborate its contention that all CVS pharmacists in Nevada have the discretion to perform visual inspections by physical or manual manipulation of prescription drug products before dispensing them to patients. If no such policies, procedures, training manuals, or other materials exist, CVS management shall provide a written statement to that effect. The next term on page 5, paragraph 8D. On or before April 30th, 2026, CVS Corporate Management shall provide a written statement or summary of its plan, if any, to provide ongoing periodic reminders to or conduct training with its pharmacists concerning their discretion to perform visual inspections by physical or manual manipulation of prescription drug products before dispensing them to patients. If no such plan exists, respondent CVS shall provide a written statement to that effect.
I think, yeah, Adam Porthver, I think that the next paragraph is in the teeth there, that failure of respondent CVS to comply with the terms stated herein will result in issuance of an order to show cause. So.
Council, this is Senior DAC Todd Weiss. I have a question for you to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. This requires they provide written policies, it requires they provide a written plan. But if board members find either of those things to be deficient for the purpose they're stated, there's no actionable next step that the board can do anything under this stipulation to do anything about it. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, I read it that, sorry, Laura Tucker for the record. I read it that paragraph 9, if there's a failure to comply with the terms, that we would then issue an order to show cause and CVS would have to come before the board.
No, I see that part, but the terms only require they provide these things. It doesn't require, there's no provision that, they be provided and then approved by the board or some finding of the board is these things are sufficient for the purpose. It just requires they provide the written policies and provide a written plan. As long as they do that, there's nothing further the board can do with it.
Yeah, I interject, Todd. Yeah. The idea here is this is informational for the board, so it will inform future decisions as to how we charge or whether we take something to workshop or not. I mean, what they provide does not have to meet our satisfaction. In other words, they don't have to provide something that meets our satisfaction and then we don't think this is good enough, we're going back to the board. I mean, the idea here is kind of to provide us with a base of information to kind of inform our charging decisions in the future. And I think the respondents have provided quite a bit of additional detail that we can use to help us kind of make charging decisions going forward.
I think that's my concern. It's just providing this, but it doesn't fix it. It's just informational, and I think they will provide something to us, and so it's number 9, failure to respond. They're going to provide something to us, but is it safer? Does it change anything? Does it improve safety or prevent or somehow make things a little bit better for the, safety or reducing errors or anything of that nature? I don't think it meets that requirement. I'm just one, so I don't think I would be in favor of this stipulation, but we can move forward, and if the other board members are comfortable, then that's okay too. I think it's too vague. I don't think it's enough.
Madam President, I know what you're saying, but just the fact that they provide it doesn't mean that we have to, like the counselor said, we don't have to prove it or buy into it. We could just say, okay, fine, this is.
Doesn't have to meet our standards. It's just providing
but he provided, doesn't meet our standard, may or may not, but it's just a basis for us when we move forward. We know exactly what they're telling their pharmacists they can and can't do or should do. So I don't think it makes a difference on what we do in the future.
And Dave Weiss, for the record, it's a great discussion. I will again commit to you that I will send to all the pharmacists that are licensed in the state and the pharmacies what the law is once the attorneys get that. And I think that removes what is a procedure. Did they follow the procedure? They still have to follow the law. We'll tell them ourselves. We're not going to rely on CVS to tell them what it is. We'll do that after this meeting. And then it doesn't mean that you're not right about the step. I'm just telling you what I will do so that it removes the confusion. I think we saw today, there were other pharmacists said, I don't have access to the prescription, or then he said, maybe he did or whatever. We'll tell them that you must, check the final product.
All right, board, are we ready to make a motion or any further discussion?
Make a motion that we go ahead and approve all three steps.
Can we do them separately? Let's do them separately.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the two steps against the pharmacist.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Tomaso. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion?
The discussion I'll put on the record, Dave Weiss, is that there's 6 voting members right now. So, because Jade's recused herself, so there's 6 voting members. So Todd will help you with the vote,
Oh, okay.
just for the record, ahead of time,
Yes, thank you.
whatever it is.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? And this is on the stipulations for Analea Presbytero and Todd Spears. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so those motions pass and those stipulations have been approved. And then now for CVS.
Make a motion that we approve the stipulation for CVS.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, I will maintain that I think that the SIP is not sufficient. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. The stipulation has been approved.
Right, it's break time.
Break.
We'll be back at 1 o'clock. I'll warn the board that we have potentially moved 5 items from tomorrow on to this afternoon. So you'll go a little bit longer than expected today, but you'll be a little bit shorter tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll be back at 1. Thank you. Okay, great. We're gonna resume our meeting and call for agenda item 5C. That's for Susan Knight. So Susan Knight, if you could please come forward. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You could state your full name for the record.
Susan Knight.
Okay, Ms. Knight, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete? Yes. Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Cant?
Brett Camp for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state. This is case number 24-213-CS-S. The respondent, Susan Lee Knights, APRN, certificate of registration number CS34530 and PR 16791. The charges again on page 3688 of the board book. The respondent has never filed an answer or notice of defense in the action. However, we do have a proposed stipulation for your consideration of possible approval today, resolving the matter as to the respondent. Hard copies have been passed out to you all. It's not in the board book. So by way of brief background, the respondent is charged with having failed to make necessary and required disclosures to the board on her original 2022 application for registration. Secondly, that the respondent issued at least 148 controlled substance prescriptions for a period of time without a valid registration from the DEA and without a valid practice location on file with the board. Next, that the respondent failed to timely report to the board discipline she received from the Nevada State Board of Nursing in 2025. And lastly, that the respondent unlawfully accessed the PMP database. And so what we are proposing by way of stipulated settlement, resolving the matter, would be that both certificates of registration are revoked and that the respondent cannot petition for reinstatement for at least 2 years. Obviously, that would also require her to demonstrate that she's in good standing with the Nevada State Board of Nursing. My understanding is currently her license to practice nursing is inactive. Secondly, that the respondent shall pay a $5,000 fine. Third, that the respondent shall pay $1,500 to partially reimburse the board for recoverable attorney's fees and costs. And that's it. So that's, and both of those would be due by March 4th of next year. So that's the stipulation that we're presenting for your consideration, possible approval today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Can. Ms. Knights, do you want to add any additional information for the board?
I just gave a statement.
Yeah, help with that. So should there's a written statement that'll become part of the permanent record. There's one copy which we'll give to you, Madam President. Where is that? Okay, yeah, just hand it out. Yeah, that's fine. And she just wants to make sure this is part of the permanent record, which we will make sure it happens.
Do you want to talk about what you wrote, or you just want this as part of the record?
Yeah, just put it in part of the record.
Okay, and then are you in agreement with the stipulation that Mr. Cant discussed with us?
Yeah, I live in Wisconsin now.
All right. Board members, any questions for Ms. Knights? I'm okay with the stipulation as presented.
Yeah, Adam Forth for the record. I would move that we approve the stipulation in order for Susan Knight's outlined by board staff.
Denise Taylor, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you for your time today.
And right, I heard one eye on Zoom. Was it both Jade and Anna that did aye?
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Just want to make sure we have the record correct.
Aye as well. For me.
I think you both said it exactly at the same time.
Two ayes on the
Yeah,
board.
I didn't yet. Thank you.
Okay, next. We will move to agenda item 5G for Festus Ivanka. Okay, good afternoon. You could state your name and title for the record.
My name is Boris Samara, counsel for Mr. Ivanka.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Cantal.
Madam President, before, I think there's a motion to continue. If you can address that first, Todd will help you with it, and then we can move into the case.
Okay, all right.
Actually,
Go, you want to ask, yeah.
okay. Thank you, Madam President. The reason I got here at 8:30, I'm hoping to ask the board for a continuance. There are two reasons. One, my client's mother-in-law passed away. He's leaving with his children today. I don't know what time the flight was to Canada for the funeral. I informed my counsel yesterday. The second reason, and that's the reason he's not here. Second reason is I came in here this morning with one of those surrender for cause DEA forms. But then by late morning, I was informed that it was invalid. And I believe Mr. Cant was able to confirm that. So I need to meet with the client and make sure of what he wants to do. And so right now I'm confused, as I'm sure counsel is also. A third but not so important reason would be we would like access to the transcript of the last hearing if the proceeding were to go forward. I believe Brett may have access to it on his computer, but I don't. So, but for those three reasons, I would request that the board continue this to your May meeting, if you have a meeting in May.
I'm going to consult our attorney because I need some,
President Park,
yes.
can
Oh, sure, yes.
I weigh in?
Yes, Mr. Camp.
Greg Camp for the record, and just a note for the record, prosecuting this matter on behalf of the state, it's case number 25-215-CS-S. Festus of Barca, APRN certificate of registration number CS 23430. The charges begin on page 3775 of the board book. Respondent did file an answer beginning on page 3785 of the board book. By way of brief background, you may remember that in a separate case, you imposed discipline upon Mr. Ibanka in this registration, and including the imposition of a state revocation, and assessing attorney's fees and requirements regarding CE and PMP training. That was taken up on a petition for judicial review, and the board denied the petition for judicial review and upheld your order entered in that case, which was 19-012, I believe. This case is separate from that. I want to make that clear. These new charges are separate from that. But one thing I want to know, I think it's worth your being aware of when you're being asked to grant a continuance, is Mr. Ibanka has never complied with the order you entered in 19-012. The court upheld your order back in September. Mr. Ibanka has never paid the attorney's fees and costs, and he's never gotten the CE, or at least provided to the board evidence that he completed the CE. So I just want you to take that into consideration now that you're being asked to grant a continuance.
Thank you, Mr. Camp.
So I wasn't aware of that. It's the first time I'm hearing that he didn't comply. But I'm not saying you're not correct. I just wasn't aware of it.
All right, thank you. I will confer with counsel.
Mr. Camp, do you have a position on the continuance request?
Sorry, Todd.
You have a position on the continuance request?
No.
Do you have a position on the continuance request?
I defer to the board exec because he's who I represent, and you, ultimately the discretion on it lies with you. I will say that currently Mr. Ibanka's license, nursing license is suspended.
Correct.
And that as a consequent result of that, his controlled substance registration is also suspended and will remain suspended for the duration of any continuance period up and until we actually have a hearing and you take action to either lift the suspension or impose further discipline. So I do want to make you aware of that. But other than that, it's up to you and your determination. Certainly, if the next meeting's in Reno, so respondent and or response counsel would have to be prepared to travel to Reno if you grant a continuance to the next meeting.
Dave Weiss for the record. At this point, we work through these ahead of time, we can do them, but when they get to this point, I give them to Helen, so I'll defer completely to Helen. There, like Brett said, if there was a risk to the public that he was prescribing something and we had to take an action to protect the public, that's not necessarily here because he has a suspended license. You have to weigh your time and all the effort that you go to get a late minute notice that, so I'll leave it to Todd to advise you. Either way you go, it's fine with board staff.
And let me ask counsel for respondent, are you okay? And are you and your client okay meeting in Reno 6 weeks from now?
It depends on the date. I'll be in Africa next month. Easter, so I don't know what the date would be.
15th and 16th, I think, is that right?
Yes, it's the 15th. It would be the 15th.
That should be fine. That should be back by then.
And your client, I mean,
It doesn't, I mean, if the board orders it, he has to go.
Well, that was today too. Here we are.
Well, I mean, if the mother-in-law hadn't passed, I'm sure he would have been here.
I mean, it's your call, President Park. Let me ask one more clarifying question. You said your client was trying to sign a surrender. So I mean, were we having a contested hearing today? I mean, is your client contesting the?
I came in with a signed surrender and was informed subsequently that it's not valid.
I can put a little bit more clarity on it, Dave, for the record. His intent was to surrender it, which would have probably made a contested case not necessary. I think that was the way we were heading. It was a paperwork issue with the DEA as far as witnessing, and it didn't. So I think that there'll be another attempt to do that. I'm sure the DEA wants to have that. So I don't expect that there's always some contention in a case, but I don't think that there's a lot of contention. But I think Todd's going to take you down this path. Out of an abundance of safety, if you want to grant it, it's fine to grant it. We'll see, we'll do it at the next meeting. But I know how, you have limited time. I understand that.
Yes. So what I'll say on this is that I will grant the continuance, but just for the once. And so I think in this case, there's some unforeseen circumstances that you discussed about your client's mother-in-law, which I'm sorry to hear about. But for next month, it will be in Reno. And at that point, I think we will proceed regardless. And then that would be it. So there's no ongoing continuance.
And the appearance is in person.
The appearance is in person, yeah, and unfortunately, it's Reno, a little bit further out for you. Yeah. Okay, so with that, then I guess we'll continue to the next board meeting.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
For the Southwest DME.
It is Brett's.
Oh, he'll be here. You can call him.
All right, so I'll call for agenda item 5E for Southwest DME. If we have representatives here or online from Southwest DME, you could please come forward, raise your hand, or press *6 if you are on your phone.
And while Brett's coming back, so communication has not been established with these people. Brett's going to lay out that we serve them properly. And so we don't expect them to be here, but we're going to call them and see if they come. They've been noticed, so sometimes they do.
Again, if you're from Southwest DME, if you could please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom or press *6 on your phone. Southwest DME, agenda item 5E.
And call Brett Cant too.
Just that no one's online? Okay. Mr. Cant, there does not appear to be anyone here for Southwest DME.
Thank you, President Park. For the record, Brett Cant, prosecuting this matter. And the charges begin on page 3750 of the board book. For the record, this is case number 23-243-MP-S, respondent Southwest DME, license number MP03145. And by way of brief background, the charges in this instance are that this is a medical products provider located in Nevada, but the company has failed to apply to the board for a new license after changing ownership and has failed to maintain an administrator in charge that's approved by the board, failing to notify the board of the departure of its administrator within the time period required, has not maintained records required by law or maintain the required liability insurance. And so at this juncture, I'm ready to move forward with a default. And in anticipation of that, I have declarations from staff establishing that service of both the charging document and a second notice of this hearing today were properly served upon the respondent in conformance with Nevada law. So I'll have those handed out at this time, and I would ask that they be admitted into the record. And then also, I have a memorandum of attorney's fees and costs that the board may recover with NRS 622-400. And those total $1,240.92. Copies of that will be passed out as well. So if I may proceed to request that you make certain findings of fact, conclusions of law, I would ask, hold on just a sec, let me pull it up. Thank you. Okay, so I would ask that the board find that it has jurisdiction and make findings of fact consistent with paragraphs 1 through 5 of the accusation.
Crystal Freitas, so move.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
Thank you. Next, I would ask that the board make conclusions of law consistent with paragraphs 6 through 16 of the accusation and find the respondent guilty on counts 1 through 4.
Crystal Freitas, so move.
Sorry.
We have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes.
I would also ask that the board find that the board staff properly noticed the respondents of the charges and this hearing in conformance with Nevada law.
So move. Second. Motion by Ms. Freitas, second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you. And finally, what I would recommend by way of discipline is that the respondent's license number MP 03145 be revoked. That the revocation, or excuse me, that the respondent can't petition for reinstatement for 2 years. That in the event the respondent replies for reinstatement or any other certificate, license, or permit from the board, they'd be required to appear personally before you. That the respondent pay a fine of $5,000. Respondent pay $1,240.92 to partially reimburse the board for reasonable attorney's fees and costs. And that both the fine and the attorney's fees and costs be due and payable by September 4th of this year.
Crystal Freitas, so move.
Oh, and if I just could add, I'm sorry,
Okay.
and that this order be effective immediately. Thank you.
Second.
And that the attorney's fees and costs for
So,
reasonable necessary.
Yeah, actually, before we do that, just to clarify the record, I want to admit these as into the record or as evidence. So the declarations and the memorandum of attorney's fees and costs will be admitted as Exhibit 1. And then now, sorry. Go ahead with the motion. There was a motion by Ms. Freitas, second by Ms. Taylor. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we will go on to agenda item 7A for Active Style LLC. So if we have representatives here, please come forward. Good afternoon.
Hello,
I can have you state your full name and title for the record.
my name is Daryl Rollins. I'm the CEO of Active Style.
Mr. Rawlings, I'm going to swear you in. Join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you so much, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Skylar Young for the board. Mr. Rawlings, is the MDEN Nicole, is she online?
Yes.
Okay, let's find Nicole Wysocki. If you could raise your hand so we could have your line unmuted.
Unmute. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes.
If you could state your full name for the record, please.
Nicole Wysocki Tucker.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'm going to swear you in as well. If you could join me in raising your right hand, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. All right, Ms. Young, thank you.
Thank you. This is agenda item 7A. It starts on 4214 of the board book. This is for an application for a new medical products provider. It'll be Nevada facility located in Las Vegas. I'm just going to ask you guys a few questions about the facility and as well as Ms. Wysocki Tucker's experiences. So can you explain as CEO, Mr. Rawlings, what your current duties are at Active Style?
Yeah, so I'm the chairman and a member of the board of Active Style. Active Style is a solely owned company by Sumitomo Corporation. So I'm responsible for board presentations and activity, as well as generally running the overall company. Company is approximately 130 people across different locations in the United States. Our product portfolio is wound care, ostomy, and urology. And ultimately, I've got the operations control of the business.
How many facilities do you guys have?
We have 14 facilities.
And they all do the same, serve the same products?
That's correct.
Why do you guys want to enter the Nevada market now?
Yeah, so we have split off from Adapt Health as of May. We had support with Adapt through Bennett Medical, who is located in the state. Now that we're a separate company and entity, we want to get our own establishment here in Nevada under Active Style. So that's our objective. And we're currently in 44 states. This would be the 45th state for us.
I noticed that the address you guys have in Las Vegas is a suite number.
That's correct.
How do you guys intend on serving patients? Is that a facility? Is that just an office?
It's an office, but it does have the ability, they have to staff the office as the hours are stated. And they do have the ability to receive patients, but it's really not a retail location. I mean, if somebody has a complaint or needs to bring something in or wants to talk to somebody at the physical location, they can. But generally speaking, most of our activity is done over the phone.
How are patients getting the product?
So we use a company called Medline to do patient home delivery. So we coordinate all the activities and we use a distributor essentially to deliver to the patient's home.
And Ms. Wysocki Tucker, can you tell us a little bit about your degree from Northwest Health Careers? Oh, can you hear me? Ms. Wysocki Tucker?
She unmuted herself. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, I was trying to unmute myself. Yes. Okay, sorry, I can hear you. Yes, you stated Northwest Health Careers?
Yeah, can you just tell us about your degree that you got from that?
Yes, I actually have a diploma in medical assisting along with phlebotomy. I did earn my tech license through CVS while working within CVS for approximately 18 years that I was with the company.
You have worked, your resume looks like you've had a lot of managerial positions. Have you worked with actual patients?
I have worked with actual patients. I mean, if considering CVS, yes, we do have patients, we have clientele. I also worked with surgeons at Nevada Orthopedic and Spine. I've actually worked for Optum RX. So, yes, I dealt with patients, clients on the phone in person. Yes.
And you're familiar with these products that Active Style is going to be providing to patients?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess on that, just pardon the interruption. This is Helen Park. I just have a question in terms of your experience with the products that are going to be provided at Active Style. Can you tell us about your specific experience with those products?
Yes, my experience with those products is that I am basically a representative that intakes calls in all day, every day. We actually do distribute them through a Monday through Friday basis to where the clients will actually call in. We explain to them what they're getting, their insurance, their physician. We explain the quantity. We basically do everything from A through Z with them into explaining everything. We provide samples, we reach out to the doctor. So, yes.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Meaning like me, myself, my team. I mean, just in general, people
I'm
that work.
sorry, which employer?
Oh, the Active Style, sorry.
So do you have experience prior to Active Style? With these?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
with experience with active, well, within, yes, I do with CVS because I was an operational manager slash tech. So yes, we worked with Depends, we worked with DME items, we worked with medicines. I mean, yes.
Thank you, Madam President. So just to be clear, you're not an MDEC administrator now currently, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You're not an MDEC administrator now.
No.
And why would you like to be an MDEC administrator?
Because it's something to where I want to represent this company and coming on to Active Style. So I'd like to represent them into being that title within them.
Will you have other duties within Active Style?
Do I
Outside
have
of MDEC? Will you be doing other duties outside of your MDEC administrator duties?
Yes, I will be.
Can you explain what those would be?
Yes, I basically intake in phone calls throughout the day, which is basically a customer service representative to where clients will call in throughout the day with questions, concerns. They will place orders within Active Style within the products that we do distribute.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions.
This is Helen Park. The questions I have for you are, do you plan to work at Active Style full-time? And if so, what hours will you be working?
Yes, it is full-time Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 5.
Okay, and then you'll be present at the facility?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when patients call and they have questions on the products that are offered, will you be resolving those questions or do you refer them out or how will that take place?
We do answer questions and concerns whenever we do intake in. If we are unable to resolve that, we do have higher power, which will lead to a lead over the conversational phone or through Teams, but we do have leadership that we do reach out to.
And then you mentioned that it sounds like there's other individuals that are working with you. What is the staffing structure like? Because you said we, and it sounds like there's others.
Yes, there is my other fellow colleagues. We do have Shantura that works next door to me, and we have a new colleague, Amanda. And then I mentioned we, as in being in general within a team that we do have consistently of. So, which my leadership would be, someone of higher power where he's located in California. So, yes.
Does Active Style have policies and procedures or SOPs in place?
Yes, we do, and they're on location.
Great. And then so if Ms. Wysocki had any questions, she could contact maybe a neighbor state too or another facility.
It's at our fingertips. We just talked about it this morning. So yes.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. I don't have any other questions, board members.
I don't have any. Adam Forth for the record, I move that we approve the new MDEG license for Active Style LLC.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion?
That wasn't me.
That was Ms. Taylor. My apologies. Motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. We wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can go. Where do you want to go? 8A.
Right, we'll go to 8A for Arise Pharmacy. If we have representatives from Arise Pharmacy, if you could please come forward or let us know on Zoom. Press *6 on your phone. Okay, it looks like we have someone online. Hi, could you state your full name for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Mojife Robeje, licensed Nevada pharmacist.
Okay. Will anyone else be joining you today?
No, just me.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Could she just spell her name for the record, just so that we have it? It was pretty quick.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I could repeat your name properly.
Okay, I'll spell it, but I usually just go by Mo. It's easier.
Mo?
Mo, M-O-E, Mo.
Okay, and then for the record, if you could spell your last name.
Sure. I-R-O-B-E-J-E.
Okay, thank you, Mo. Appreciate
problem.
that.
No problem.
Okay, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Kuykendall.
Right, so we have a new application for a retail community pharmacy license, item 8A, and begins on page 4279 in the board book. Just have a few questions for you, Mo, if you don't mind answering. The first question is, why do you want to open a pharmacy in Southern Nevada? Mo, did you
I'm
hear
sorry, I
me?
didn't hear that.
Why do you want to
Could you-
open a pharmacy in Southern Nevada?
Billy, why don't you come here and take my spot, and then
Oh, why do I want to open a pharmacy? Never.
we're gonna move around a little bit, try to help you.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, sorry about that, Mo. So the question
No.
was, why do you want to open a pharmacy in Southern Nevada?
Southern Nevada is growing, and I believe that with the growth, we need more pharmacies in the community to help make sure that patients are being taken care of.
Okay. And then when you do open up your pharmacy, how would you be performing marketing?
We're going to perform marketing by reaching out to the community through community outreaches, by also reaching out to providers and community centers to establish a relationship with them.
Okay. And then what is your experience with being a managing pharmacist?
I've been in the pharmacy industry now for over 15 years. I used to own a pharmacy, and I was a manager there, Providence Pharmacy. It was sold in 2019. After that, I went to work as a manager at Monte Vista Hospital. It was a behavioral health hospital before they closed down. And then after that, I transitioned to managed care, where I was one of the clinical pharmacists. So I've worked in the managerial role for quite a while now.
Okay. And then just looking at your CV, it appears you are the clinical operations manager for Total Care Medical Consultants since 2021.
Yeah.
Can you explain what your job duties are?
Yeah, so basically what I do is I stay on top of all the compliance with both state and federal. I help them with the training of their staff, and I also help them with their medication compliance thing for their patients.
Okay. And then Total Care Medical Consultants is listed as the same address as Arise Pharmacy. What is your relationship between the entities?
They are two separate entities, which will operate independently of each other. Total Care is separate from Arise Pharmacy.
Okay. Is Total Care Medical Consultants operating out of that address right now, though?
Yes, but it's a different, we have a different entrances.
Okay. And then this address appears to be also the same address as Nevada Integrated Health Center. It seems to be a behavioral health and primary care clinic. Will you be working in collaboration with this clinic?
Not necessarily, because we are open to the public. So if they need help with helping educate their patients, counseling their patients, we're able to do that. But they will be two separate entities.
Okay. And is there any relationship with you and the owner of Nevada Integrated Health Center?
The owner of Nevada Integrated Health Center is my husband.
And then when you do open up the pharmacy, will patients at Nevada Integrated Health Center be given a choice on which pharmacy they can use to get their medications? Or will they?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm going to say patients will always have freedom of choice. They can go anywhere they want to go to fill their prescriptions.
Okay, thank you so much. No further questions. I'll give it back to the board.
Thank you.
Great. This is Helen Park. So my question for you, Mo, is I'm confused about the Total Care Medical Consultants and now that Arise Pharmacy and two different doors. So are you saying they're two separate businesses, or is that space going to be converted for your pharmacy?
No, they're two separate entities.
Okay, and then do you have ownership of Total Care Medical Consultants?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you're an employee there.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so complete separate entrances, facility, then Total Care, like another suite, basically?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Will you be working at Total Care when you open Arise Pharmacy?
No. I'll be focusing on Arise.
And then why did you pick the same exact location? Just curious.
It's a central location. It's behind Sunrise Hospital. And when like I stated, the building, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The building belongs to me, so I rented it out to them, so that's another thing too.
I see. Okay.
The pharmacy, Dave Weiss for the right, the pharmacy that you operated in the past, what was the name of that? You said it fast, so.
Oh, Providence Pharmacy.
Providence, and why did you close that pharmacy?
Oh, we sold to CVS.
You sold it to CVS. Okay.
Yes. It was
And then was there, I can look it up, was there any discipline related to that pharmacy?
No, we just had
Okay.
a non-compete for a couple years and that was it.
It's over, okay, sounds good.
Okay. I think the only question I have relates to the other behavioral health center that your husband owns in the same location. In that if there's any kind of mention patient choice, but I just wanted to get some clarification on if there's a relationship or tie or how that might play, just because it is your husband and your husband's business.
Well, everything is separate. It's going to be a separate entity. When you guys come for the board inspection, you'll see that I'm flanked on both sides by providers' offices. So patient will always have freedom of choice. They should and they will. You know, so if no patient wants to fill here, their prescription should not be sent here.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Board members?
Crystal Freitas, I don't have any other questions, so I'd move to approve pharmacy application for Arise Pharmacy pending positive inspection.
Denise Taylor, second. Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. We wish you all the best, Mo.
Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you too.
Madam President, I would propose that we have to take a quick break. We release Senior General Counsel Weiss, and then we'll come back. We have 4 more items to go today.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a quick break. All right, we're gonna continue with our agenda and we'll go to agenda item 8D for Life Pharmacy. So if we have representatives, if you could please come forward. And as you guys are getting settled, I do want to disclose for the record that I am familiar with Matthew Issa from his time at Roseman University, but I feel like I could participate fairly and unbiased in this matter. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board staff, attorneys, counsel.
Hi, Bill. If you could just state your full name for the record.
Ian Stilling, representing Life Pharmacy.
Great. And then for the other two gentlemen, if you could state your full names for the record.
Paulina the order.
And Matthew Issa.
All right, I'm going to swear the two of you in, if you join me in raising your hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete? Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Dave Weiss for the record. Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So I'm just gonna give an overview of what's in front of you. As I stated earlier during the discipline component, these things are all intertwined, so I want to make sure that you have everything in front of you, and they know that I'm going to present everything that we know as part of our investigation, so that you can make a decision with the clarity and all the information. So Life Pharmacy was a pharmacy that was owned by Nazakat Nignatova. There was an attempt, and Remy was the person that attempted to purchase the pharmacy. They did not properly, no one properly noticed that the pharmacy was scheduled or attempted to change ownership. Ultimately, that relies on the current owner. The way our process is, we get a new application, but the current owner would also have to notify. So that didn't happen in this case. And I think sometime during the last a couple of years, they may have made some kind of attempt to change the licensure, but there was no record of that, but they described to us, they talked to us or whatever, but that there was no application. So we received an application, which it's kind of been modified over time for what's in front of you. So they kind of started last maybe September or so, but more details in October. But anyway, so what you have in front of you, Remedy bought this pharmacy. He also bought another pharmacy from her, which was the Terra Pharmacy. He subsequently sold that pharmacy on paper to someone else, and you probably see that person later. And so what he has in front of you is a new application for a new pharmacy. His intent is to separate from the old. He doesn't want all the baggage that's come with the old pharmacy. So he wants to do a new pharmacy in front of you as part of the old Life Pharmacy. And it's Life now, but I think his goal is to change the physical location of it and also change the name. We don't have all that paperwork in front of you because he was out of the country. Matthew filled out the paperwork, but I told him we could deal with these things. He can disclose this to you today, and then he'll make some disclosures. We did, as we're allowed to under law, do a cease and desist and a cite and fine for them. He's paid that fine. It was $5,000 for unlicensed practice for running a pharmacy. Again, during this investigation for us, and it was really good for the new staff to see it. But we did visit the pharmacy with the DEA. There were controls there that shouldn't have been there because it wasn't a license. Entities. Those were removed by the DEA. We worked with Matthew and Remy to allow Matthew to continue to go to work. They wanted a temporary license. I obviously would not grant that in this scenario because it's your decision whether they get a license or not mine. And so we didn't grant any licensure. Matthew continued to work there, support the patients, transfer prescriptions, and those kinds of things. And their intent is to kind of start all over in front of you. I want to be clear, the issue that we had with Grace Matthew is the manager here. Grace was the manager at the other pharmacy. We did not find evidence that there were controlled substance prescriptions that didn't have signatures on them. So this is just a licensing issue, a new application in front of you. But all the circumstances happen so that you'll weigh all those things when you decide whether you're going to grant the licensure or not. And then I'll give Bill and Remy the ability, or Matthew, to describe from their perspective what happened.
Mr. Stilling?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to give as concise a summary as I can because I think this started out with a purchase agreement back in September of 2024. And Mr. Masola, he purchased the pharmacy with another woman, Sarah. I don't have Sarah. Oh, Mishucky. Okay. But he was going to purchase it with a woman who was working at the pharmacy at the time.
No. She was gonna run the pharmacy at the time. She wasn't working already there.
Okay.
She knew the owner. She knew that they're selling the pharmacy.
Mhm.
I'm from California. She approached me with the deal. She said, like, there's a pharmacy for sale. You can buy, I can operate it. She already has a pharmacy.
Yeah, just to keep the record clear, no, I think it's good. We'll take our time. That's St. Mary's Pharmacy, and then Sarah currently works at St. Mary's Pharmacy, and we looked at that pharmacy. And there may be actions that the board takes, but you ultimately separated the relationship with her and moved on by yourself. Remy, you separated from Sarah and made the decision to move on by yourself.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's, so it was, I apologize. Sarah and Remy were purchasing the pharmacy together. And then she had hired a PIC, which they had to fire. And then ultimately Sarah pulled out and she was supposed to, I think, my understanding is she sent an application to the Board of Pharmacy, but it was incomplete back in October. Anyway, there were a number of things, I don't get too detailed. But then when she left in February of 2025. And then I believe Matt, they sent in a new application, but I think he used the wrong email address. Is that correct?
It was never received by the board, but it was a mail application. It was not by email. What we were mentioning with the email was that Sarah was receiving all the emails to her email. So I was not aware that the board hadn't received it or that there was issues with the application in the first place.
And move the microphone a little closer.
Thank you, yes.
See that. Anyway, he was just saying, it's not that the email address to the board was wrong. It was that the board apparently never received the application. And all the correspondence was from Sarah because she had been the one to initially try to, I guess it was a change of ownership. I don't have those documents. So they were operating the pharmacy under purportedly a power of attorney, waiting for the board to sort of, board staff to get back to them. Again, just through a series of events, it was just bad communication. Ultimately, when the board came in, they limited the practice. And so they have a limited scope of a practice now, which Mr. Weiss was referring to. And that's what they're doing. The only way that they're operating the pharmacy now is just transferring prescriptions out until this board makes a decision. There are no controlled substances there. There are no prescription drugs there. They're not storing anything. So it's really a pharmacy that they're paying rent for the space in order to just kind of continue to give patients the ability to get prescriptions.
The drugs are still there though, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm thinking of the other pharmacy.
That's fine. I just want to make sure we have a very clear record.
Yeah, okay. But the controlled substances are not.
Yeah, there's no controls.
Yeah, and so anyway, they're coming here now to finally get this pharmacy application approved if possible. They've been working with Dave occasionally. In a conversation with board staff, I think that they were very helpful in getting it on the agenda today so that this could move forward. They want to be able to start selling prescription drugs again. They've got a long way to go because what they because it's a new pharmacy and not a change of ownership, they have to apply for, get accredited with third-party companies and, get a new DEA registration. So we would hope that the board would grant the license. They've already paid the fine for operating without a license. So I think, to me, that's sort of water under the bridge. Now, Matt is the managing pharmacist, and I think most of the time in these kind of encounters, you will ask, well, what do you know about Nevada law? And Matt is the person who will help guide them through Nevada law and get them moving in the right direction now. So I don't know if I've left too much out. Do you all have anything to say for the board? Has questions?
All right,
So I'll do this, Mike. You can go first.
I'm just gonna say I have a lot of questions, but if
You go. No, you probably, then I won't have to ask mine. Go ahead.
So it's a bit confusing in terms of how we got here, and I understand that some of that will be sorted out later. And if I understand you correctly today, what you're asking for is a new pharmacy license, not a change of ownership. And it's also going to be at a different location than where you're currently at. So essentially that business will be closing and you're restarting anew, or?
That's close. They are applying for a new pharmacy license because of the circumstances. But they're still operating, well, to the extent they operate, they still have that location. They intend to change it, and they will then file an application for change of location. They've talked to board staff about that and the process for that. So, but right now, they're asking you to license the current location.
9280 West Sunset.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, and then what are the plans? So right now, Matt is just transferring things out. There's some medication there from before, but no controlled substances. Okay, and then for the owner, how did, what research did you do prior to deciding to own or purchase a pharmacy?
I own the pharmacies. I own 2 pharmacies in California. One of them for 10 years now.
Okay.
They're all in good standing.
Oh, he says speak up a little bit.
I own 2 pharmacies in California, one of them since 2014. We applied for the license, we got it in early 2015, so over 10 years. And they're all in good standing. When Sarah approached me with this location and this pharmacy for sale, she told me it's a good location. It's inside a medical building.
And Sarah just happened to know that it was for sale because she knows the former owner?
I think so. She reached out, like the former owner knew her through business, and they reached out to her, told her that they're sold in a pharmacy.
Do you know the former owner?
No. I've never met him before the day that I signed that agreement.
Okay, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Okay, so you have 2 pharmacies in California, 10 years.
And so I checked out the pharmacy, I saw the location. They told us that there's opportunities that you can contract with the hospital next door and all that. So it's a good opportunity. Sarah gave her promise that she's gonna run the business and she's gonna be taking care of it. And that's why I invested the money to buy it.
And then at the time when you invested the money and you made that purchase, was Sarah your employee or she was never?
Because she was partner 60%, I was 40%, even though I'm investing the money. But she was the one that gonna run the pharmacy and operate it.
But now she has no ownership.
She came in February, said the pharmacy was still not doing well. We had a PIC that literally was operating at the pharmacy without it's in the second story, so just we're still bringing business in. So the PIC came after a while and she wanted to leave, or she wanted to change her hours, and Sarah told her no, we're gonna get another PIC, and that's when we brought Matthew in. And after Matthew came in, Sarah said she had another pharmacy. The pharmacy is going down. We're not doing as well because she's not paying attention to it. And so I'm not gonna be able to help with this one. I'm leaving.
Okay. And then when you invested in the pharmacy, did it occur to you that a change of ownership would be required, or you just assumed
No,
that Sarah would do it?
I knew that change of ownership is required, and I knew that Sarah was applying for it. And that's like, she told me she submitted everything. And my understanding that even the paperwork that was submitted, there was part of it was missing. And after she left, the board was trying to reach out to Sarah on an email that was already, after she left, she disconnected it. So we were not getting these emails, and according to her, like, she never got it because she closed that account. So the application was submitted right after.
And then no follow-up in terms.
We actually followed up. Matthew called multiple times, and they said we're gonna reach out to you guys. We'll communicate with you guys via emails. At that point, we did not know that they're using that email. We thought they were communicating through the other email, and when we didn't get anything, we'll call again until finally we were reached out to by Mr. Kent. And he told us, like, there was this application submitted and it's missing that portion of the personal information of the owner. And that's when, like, I filled it out, we submitted it again, and we started the process.
When did Matt or Mr. Issa, when did you join?
In March was when the change of ownership or the change of PIC was approved.
And then it sounded like the feedback was things are going down and you wanted to jump in.
Well, I was working at the time before with Sarah as just a staff pharmacist. And she had basically kind of laid me off from that position because she wanted to come back to her pharmacy. And that's when I was approached by Rami for a job, and I took the job at the time.
Were you concerned at all when you heard that the pharmacy wasn't doing well?
I mean, I was hoping that, it's a newer pharmacy, things were gonna be on the up and up. And so I joined the company to kind of start with that. And then I saw that the hospital was getting to sending us a few patients, and I saw the benefit that the pharmacy had with the patient population in the hospital, especially with patients leaving, that were getting their medications a lot easier that way through this pharmacy. So I thought this would be a good opportunity. I wasn't really aware of the numbers and the money wise and all that stuff.
Did you know Mr. Rami from before?
No, I did not.
And now, as the managing pharmacist, what is your assessment of the pharmacy, or what has occurred since?
So I would say that there was some follow-up that needed to be done on my part and on everyone's part that was not done. And we have been trying our best to kind of get into compliance and do things the right way from that point on. And I've been working with Mr. Ken and with Mr. Dave, and doing the best that I can to provide anything that they needed or kind of get this pharmacy to be in the correct procedures. Because again, I see the benefit in this pharmacy, and from the few months that I was there, I see that it's helped a lot of people, from especially the hospital again. So I wanted this to be, I saw it as a growth opportunity to grow and help patients. So that's why I kind of wanted this to work out.
Have you worked as a managing pharmacist in the past?
Only for a few months at a different pharmacy called Omnia Pharmacy that was on Charleston here in Vegas.
Do you know what the managing pharmacist role entails? Okay. So Mr. Stilling said before that you would be the Nevada law guy. You ready for that?
My best.
Does the Board of Pharmacy have your current email on file?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Wiest?
Yeah, thanks, Madam President. Yeah, just to follow up, because we're gonna have Rami under oath now, but I just want to get it addressed for the next application if that comes. So you bought both pharmacies?
So I was gonna buy the second.
Okay.
You're
From Nazacat.
From Nazacat.
Okay.
They approached me with the second pharmacy. They said, like, we just got it licensed. It hasn't operated. Because she just gave birth, like, she can't operate it if you want to buy it. I went and I checked it out, and I was in the process of buying it. I actually, put some money in to buy it. And
$100,000?
yeah.
Okay.
And then we got visited by the DA for the issue that she had before she sold us the pharmacy.
Yeah.
And that's when I called and I said like, no, I'm pulling out of that sale. I don't want to buy it anymore.
Yeah.
We didn't take possession of it.
Mhm.
Just signed the contract. We didn't take any possession of it. They said if you can help us like find someone else to buy it. I said like, let me check. I had a friend in California that was looking to open a pharmacy,
His name was,
Mark Mahfouz.
okay,
And that's when I reached out to him. I introduced them to each other. They signed a contract that, like the original contract that I signed with them was void, never acted because I never took possession.
okay.
And they started a new contract with it.
So I think what you never paid, did you pay him the money for the pharmacy and then he paid you back? Is that, okay, because that's what our evidence found, so, okay.
Yeah, I paid them the money and he paid me, he returned the money back.
Okay, so it might be a technicality, you didn't buy it, but your intent was to buy it and then you saw the DEA thing, said, I don't want to be part of it. And you introduced them to Mark and then Mark ended up paying you for the money that you paid. Okay, that matches up to our evidence. A lot of times I know I've talked to Matt, so your thing is, it's kind of, again, how many prescriptions were you filling a day about, do you think?
At life about 40.
Yeah, okay, so we saw this as like a low volume store. We handle everything differently. We handle our involvement. We worry about what happens to the public, but it was a very low volume store. So we did allow Matt to stay there, guard the drugs for us, make sure there wasn't any diversion on those, and then do the transfers. But your goal is, you think it's like, it's near the hospital and your thing was that you can get more patients in there, Matt?
Yeah, like I said, I just saw the benefit in it because
Okay. So that's what the model is gonna be. If it makes it, it'll be kind of servicing the hospital there.
for the most part, that's what we were doing before, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so for, I think, board staff, I don't know if Dr. Long has any questions. She probably might or may not, but, I think our investigation team did a good job. They handed me everything that is like matching up what today is, and then it's just a matter of what you want to do with them. It's your decision. I don't think we have a recommendation or anything. The one thing I told them, I put it on the record, like they could have abandoned the people and just left, and then we would have been dealt with all the drugs that were left behind. And they did work with us. I think having Matt there to be able to talk to patients is in the patient's best interest. So they didn't just abandon the people in Nevada, which I've seen in other cases.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that, that there was never any intent to deceive. This was just a series of, miscommunications, people thinking somebody else is doing it, wrong email address. And, they thought they could operate under this power of attorney until the application went through. But they really want to get this pharmacy up and running again. There's really been no malfeasance to the extent that they were doing something wrong. They had paid the fine for that. So I think with Matt in place now, just like any pharmacist in Nevada, Matt is responsible to know the laws, the government pharmacy, and his PIC is responsible for those operations. Rami, I think, to some extent, was sort of a purchaser and didn't get into the nitty gritty. Should he have? Probably, but he didn't, as many people that are financing things don't. But I think from here on out, it's going to be a safe environment and we'll provide, it's better to have pharmacies than not have pharmacies. I think they'll do a good job of running it.
So, I appreciate the testimony today. I think where I have some pause is that it does sound like it was a series, as I think you said, of some misfortunate events, but those had some pretty significant repercussions. And so,
And that's why there was a slight and fine issue paid. Yes.
Can you tell me, Rami, how did you know Sarah? How did that come about? How did you meet her?
So Sarah used to live in California. I've known her from California. We went to the same church.
Okay. And then, although this is for a new pharmacy, you're keeping the old name?
We might keep it under the corporation name, not the DBA name. So we might just change it to the corporation, which is Vida Pharmacy Inc.
But right now,
It's
You're
the
applying-
application was under Life, but we're trying to disassociate from
To associate from what?
the life name that
But you're keeping it.
people that we bought the pharmacy from.
Yeah, you want to dissociate, but you have, right now, you're gonna keep that name, right?
No, I said like we're gonna change it to Vita.
You are gonna change it?
I think their future plans, they said, is gonna be to name change and eventually location change. Is that right? Just not today.
And not today, like, first of all, we need to find a location close enough to the hospital to continue the location that we already have. And it's another thing too, that we haven't assigned the lease to us yet. We've been asking them to assign the lease to us, so I don't even know what's going on with all of that.
And you don't have another location picked out at this time, right?
We have one that we're looking at, but we still in communication.
And then to be clear, you have no ownership in Terra Pharmacy, is that right?
Ownership.
Board members, any additional questions for the Life Pharmacy application?
Well, Dave, I'm just questioning there, if the board approves the new license, is there anything, a procedure that they have to go through for the staff, that the staff has to go look at this, look at that, or is there anything like that involved?
Since I'll answer the question. I always wait to say that because I think sometimes you think that I'm saying that like this is good to go or whatever. So I always wait. But yes, there's a couple of hurdles. I'll talk about them now that you asked. I think we need a clean application because we kind of put this together on their behalf. So the original application was for ownership change, the staff trying to accommodate them. And as we always are business friendly, allowed them to change the cover sheet, but they didn't cover the back. So there's some dating issues related to when things came in. So if you do choose to proceed, and you're not uptight about the name change, I would say give us one more application that has everything the way they want it to be. Board staff will review that. We would do an inspection before we would grant the license. Those would be the normal things that we would do. And we have a sense for what was in the pharmacy before and so we'll be looking at that because I don't think Matt would have filled any prescriptions, but we'll look at what we gave them a cease and desist that they had to stop. And so we'll go back and look at those kinds of things. And then they have a hurdle with the DEA because the DEA did, come unannounced to them. And so that's another challenge that we'll be watching is how the DEA reacts. And they a lot of times react to you guys. So if you can't get a DEA registration, then the pharmacy is in jeopardy to start with anyway. So how important that is for pharmacy. So we'll just have to watch those kinds of things, but it doesn't prohibit them from moving forward. So a new application that is clear for what their true intent is with the address and the name is what we would want. Not a new fee, but just a new application.
And they do have some hurdles, as I said, they have to kind of start, and they can't start with, say, the accreditation or the DEA application, any of that, until they have a license. And so that's important, and they would, I think what I understand Mr. Weiss saying is that they can, if the board could approve it as it is, but it could be contingent on the fact that they would get a more up-to-date application. They did work with board staff, and I think someone told them
They followed, I wasn't saying that they did, they followed everything the board staff told them, but it just, when I was reviewing, it became too confusing.
Make sure I understand what Mr. Weiss is saying is that I think the board can approve this, and then they would make sure that the application is in the shape that they wanted it. Is that correct?
Yeah. That's fine.
The application as it is confusing. And I think with even with Matthew, your background, you have it all out of order and there's some gaps there too that I was had some questions on. So I think that if you could clean that part up too.
And I think that I'll take responsibility for that. I think that moving forward, we'll just say the new application. I think we were a little too helpful on this one. And so I don't know if that's Matt not being able to fill out the application properly, which is, should happen if you're going to own and operate a pharmacy, or if it was because it just got piecemealed together. So that we've already addressed that internally for the board staff.
I'm in favor of letting them try to clean up the application and giving them the opportunity to have a pharmacy, especially since the owner, Rami, he did pull out from Sarah when he found out that she was having problems with, I think you said earlier, the DEA or something, was it?
Yeah, that wasn't Sam, that's a cat.
Yeah, so, I mean, he seems to be, since I've seen you here like a couple of times before, you've been before this board, right?
No, that's my first time.
This is your first time before? Oh, okay.
No,
Looks familiar.
I would like to make it as last.
But I think.
Unless I grow in Vegas.
We didn't hear this scenario once before with this particular.
I think we've heard everything once now. Dick, you've been with the board long enough, but no, this is it. I think Helen, talks to me a little bit more, and this was we've had a tough month as well, I'll tell you, at the Board of Pharmacy, because there's been a lot of weird things that have been happening.
Wasn't there a problem with with Life Pharmacy before?
No.
There wasn't a problem with Life?
We saw Life Pharmacy when they came to apply.
There'll be, there's still going to be, to your point, yes, next meeting, there'll be, the Life Pharmacy as it existed before you do your action today will be in front of you, the person that did the selling, yeah.
I thought there was a connection somewhere.
Yeah.
I think it's all connected all together, so I won't disagree with that, but I think for this, I think they're asking for a fresh start to do that, and it's really your decision.
Okay, well, as far as the other board members, I'd be good with having them get a fresh start here and go through the new act, the staff. I mean, but they stay, I think they've been through a lot, and when they got the order to cease and desist, they actually stopped.
They did.
Right? So, yeah, I'm for giving them a shot, and the staff, if we're wrong, the staff will find out immediately.
No problem.
What did you tell the patients?
I would explain to the patients that the pharmacy is closed at the moment, and we are more than happy to transfer it to any pharmacy of your choice. And if you guys are not able to, if you're not aware of the pharmacies, I have a few options, which was just the ones in location, CVS, Walgreens, whatever was around. And I would give them those options, and whatever they would choose, I would then transfer it and let them know that if anything was to change, I will 100% give them a call back.
All right. Any other questions, board members?
I just have a clarifying question. We're asking them for a new application with the new location and.
Again, it doesn't operate that way, so it's glad you say that. They get to choose where the location, they get to choose the name. I think that, again, because we're fully disclosing, I think Remy's wish was that Vita Pharmacy would have been what was added, but it was added, and it was, again, a miscommunication, I think, on their side, that they put Life back in on the name. So, I'm just waiting to see what they send us. And if it's Vita, then we'll put Vita in the system. If it's Life and they want to change the name later, they can do that. We'll put Life in it.
But I expect the address will be the same for right now until they find a new location, and they will do the correct change application that they need to at the time it happens.
Okay. Any other questions, board members?
I'll make a motion that we allow give them the license for the new pharmacy.
With a new application
Well, yeah, well, of course, with the
and pending positive inspection.
new application.
Inspection, yeah.
Inspection.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Crystal Freitas, I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Tomaso, second by Ms. Freitas. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. We wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the record, your point of contact will be Christy or Mark, and then you need to get that application, and then we can move from there. And they're available today and tomorrow and Friday,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Even after that?
not Saturday.
We'll go to 8G for Terra Pharmacy. So if we have representatives here, if you could please come forward.
Brad, we need to keep, can you, that wait? Brad, is it about this? Okay.
All right, hello. See that William Stilling is still here representing Terra Pharmacy. If I could have the other two gentlemen state their full name and titles for the record.
Bettinger pharmacist.
Can you repeat your name?
Brett Bettinger.
Brett Bettinger, okay, thank you.
Mark Mahfouz, owner.
Okay, great, I'm going to swear you both in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, can I just, real quick? I
You can
just
do any
wanna-
disclosure
I
you
just wanna
want.
disclose that I do know Brett, but I can participate for public.
I also want to report that I do know Brett, but I am able to participate without any bias.
Great, thank you. Mr. Weist?
Okay, so in front of you today, then you have a similar situation to the last applicant, which is a new pharmacy application located on West Flamingo. This is Terra Pharmacy. Mark is the owner. As you saw in previous testimony, he was the person that was brought in when Remy said, I didn't want to own this other pharmacy. So Mark ended up paying Remy for the pharmacy. No paperwork was turned in. He can explain to you why that was in his own words. I'll leave it for him, but for more background, this is a pharmacy that Great Sing Song worked at that stipulated earlier. This is a pharmacy that before and after the ownership change, there were issues related to prescription drugs and signatures. We did not do an accusation against them because they didn't own, legally own the pharmacy, and we have to bifurcate that out so that you'll see there's still the outstanding accusation related to that and what Grace stipulated to today. Although I think the majority of it happened when Mark allegedly had his ownership of the pharmacy. So that's the background with it. They also were given from board staff, and they did a good job with it, the ability to stay open and service patients. They fill a little bit more prescriptions, so we'll talk to them about how many prescriptions they fill. And they chose to stay open and help the patient. Grace left, then contacted us and said, I would like to go back and take care of the patients. So we let her go back in the pharmacy, and then she, for her reasons, left again. And so now this pharmacy is not, there's no pharmacist in it right now, and they don't have the ability to do the transfers and those kinds of things. And I'm interested of what became of the drugs. We have the key. Yes. And the drugs are still there. Okay, so I just want to make, because you get to say that. So Grace, just for the record, turned the key to us when she left, and nobody's been in the building since. And then if you grant it, we will give the key back to them. Or if you don't, we will go and pound all the drugs and give them to the state police. So a little bit more complicated than the last one. Yep, these are things that you need to weigh. I think that Mark, again, is motivated to, and I'll turn it to Bill to say his piece, but Mark's motivated to keep the pharmacy going. He's committed to it, which is, to Dick's point, good, but these are all things for you to weigh. Mr. Stilling.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity here. And in some ways, I thought it was a little bit less complicated in the sense that the history for Mark is shorter than the history before. But I think, as with the other case, he doesn't have the same pharmacy ownership experience that Rami did, and I think was relying on the pharmacist in charge to take care of things, and expected that because there had been a sale that he was operating pharmacy under power of attorney. Excuse me.
Let me help you, Bill, for Mark. Let me help you, Mark. So you think you purchased it when? Did you think you purchased it?
In September of 2025.
Okay, and then who was the managing?
Did you sign the agreement in October?
Okay, in the fall of, that's fine. And then who was managing the pharmacy? Was it operating when you bought it? Was it operating? Okay, who was the manager at that time?
The pharmacy manager?
Yeah.
Grace.
Okay, so you inherited Grace. She was not hired by you. She was hired by whatever happened in the interim between Nanzacat owning it and you owning it. So she was there already.
Right.
Okay. And then was it your goal to actively be in the pharmacy and be working all the time? Did you do that at the time, or you were kind of more remote and now you have to be more hands-on, or what was your business model at the time?
My intention was to be handling more financial and accounting type things and have a PIC there and a manager there to help with like administrative things.
Okay, and then this all happened and you're talking to me every day.
Yes, I'm a little more hands-on now, but it's okay.
All right, and then as far as purchasing the drugs and everything, you just leveraged the accounts and everything that you thought you purchased when you purchased the pharmacy. Okay. And then when the DEA and us showed up, you were shocked and told that happened. And then we started communicating and told you that you didn't really own the pharmacy. And that was news to you at the time.
Correct. When Mr. Schuber first came in November, and that's when I found out.
Okay.
When Mr. Leo came in, I guess there was an inspection, and then Mr. Schuber with the audit team started.
Okay, and then and it took us a while because we were just trying to figure out who we didn't know if you were a good person or a bad person or whatever the deal is. So we're doing that. And then for the ownership, who did you think was going to notify us about? Did you know that you had to notify us about an ownership change at the time? You might not. I don't know.
Well, I know that there's an application that.
No, at the time, did you have any concept that?
September, October, did you know what the process was?
No.
Okay, so you just didn't know it needed to happen at all?
No, I was relying on Nazicap.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll go back to you, Bill. I just wanted to set the foundation for what, and you've been very honest, Mark, so I know I can trust what you're saying, so.
And you've been involved in it hands-on more longer than I have, so I appreciate the
Okay.
background. And so right now, because he's not a pharmacist and he's hired Brett Bettinger to kind of get things running again. And now the pharmacist in charge listed on the application is Grace Singh. Anyway, but she will not be the pharmacist in charge. And they brought with them, I think, Mr. Weiss, and they've all talked about submitting an application for change of pharmacist. And I think the original and multiple copies if anybody wants to look at those, so that Mr. Bettinger can then become managing pharmacist. And he's got a background in which he has actually started. He was a PIC with Walmart for 12 years. At Sienna Pharmacy, he started pharmacy, so he's been through this process before and should be able to facilitate everything that has to happen. Other than that, I think it's trying to get these pharmacies back up and running. They serve the public. It's in the best interest of the public to have it up and running. And now with a PIC that understands how to move forward, we ask that you approve the application.
So I have a lot of questions. Again, it seems like it's all intertwined. And so I just want to make sure I get it correct. So
One more thing, I'm sorry. There are prescription drugs in there, but no controlled substances.
Yeah, the DEA has the controlled substance.
And they can't enter the pharmacy anyway, so.
Okay, so Mr. Mahfouz or Mark, when you purchased the pharmacy, did you purchase it from Mr. Rami from Life Pharmacy, or can you clarify that part for me?
Yes, I gave Rami back some money, and then I also had to make some payments to Nazicap.
Okay. And then do you have complete ownership, or is it shared ownership?
No, complete ownership.
Okay, and then did you know Nazicap from before, or how did you find out about the sale of the pharmacy?
Through Rami.
Through Rami.
I didn't know her at all.
Okay. And then what is your tie to St. Mary's Pharmacy?
As in my entity.
Is that your pharmacy? St. Mary's?
I have a Nevada corporation that I started in September,
Mhm.
St. Mary Pharmacy, Inc.
Okay, and is that where Sarah that was mentioned before, are you affiliated with that Sarah?
No, not at all.
It's a strange coincidence, but no, they're not related.
Okay.
It's just.
Yeah.
I think it has maybe religious reasons, I don't know, but.
Okay, because
It is confusing.
It
but
is.
It's just one more thing, but it's coincidental more than.
and because the licensing email is also St. Mary RXLV. But that's you.
That's me.
Okay, all right. You want to do Terra Pharmacy LV? It's okay, it's just a joke. Sorry. Can you tell me about your background and what you did to prepare for owning a pharmacy?
Well, what I did to prepare for owning a pharmacy.
And your background?
Okay, my background, I've had previous businesses that I've owned in the past, some gas stations, and I have an investment company. I work in real estate and do like investment for real estate with syndications. My mom has been a pharmacist and I grew up in a pharmacy. I hang out there every day after school. I know it's a good business, so I was looking for an opportunity to get into it. And when Rami gave it to me, I jumped at it because it seemed like a very clean thing to get in. It was still a brand new pharmacy.
But you didn't research this particular pharmacy or some of the issues? Some of the issues, did the issues happen when you were there or before you were there?
The vast majority of the issues happened while he was there, as we know about it. There clearly was an event with the DEA that the staff may know, but I don't know of, as I sit here today, that caused Remy to say, I don't want to buy this and I want to sell it to Mark. We can ask him about if he knew what that event was. It seems like there was a visit or something from the DEA.
No, I didn't know anything about that.
Okay. It's the one thing I've personally, like, why did
Yeah.
Remy and Mark were friends and then he didn't want it, so then he gave it to Mark and Mark was like, I'll take it.
Are you still friends?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
He likewise hopes to have that pharmacy up and running like Rem wants to have his, so.
Okay. So it sounds like you have experience in opening other businesses in different areas, and your interest in opening a pharmacy was because of your mom, and you had some kind of tie there. You're in California, but you want to open a pharmacy in Nevada?
Right, I'm living in California, born and raised, but eventually moving to a different state would be something I would want to get into, and Nevada's a good state.
And you did not wish to open a pharmacy in California where you live?
Well, there's no opportunity for me to do it, so I jumped on this one.
And then board members, if you have other questions while I'm thinking of mine, you're welcome to.
I have a question, sorry, out of for the record. On the application, it describes this as a long-term care pharmacy. What does the patient population look like? What's the business model of the pharmacy?
So I have like different teams. I want to have marketers that could go out and get some of this long-term care business, the accounts at the homes and the facilities. And that's what I want to service.
I think currently you do some hospice business, right? And then you do a little bit of walk-in business.
Very little walk.
And are you servicing any long-term care facilities like with bingo cards and that kind of stuff? Now, today? If you don't know, don't ask.
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think the vast majority, do you know how many prescriptions were filled each day about or no?
Probably close to 90.
Yeah, that's the number that we matched up to. So.
It's a little confusing because right now they're doing nothing other than, they're really doing nothing. But before that, they
Yeah, I think they were doing it. We calculated they were doing about 100 and we thought a lot.
Before it was.
Before we did our visit, yeah.
I just want to make sure we understand the timeframe. Right now, there's not anything going on there. Which means probably some of those accounts or some of those homes or whatever they were.
I don't think we found evidence that they were doing a lot of long-term care business, to answer your question.
So Brett,
Yes.
what about this interests you in terms of moving into this role?
I just already had opened a brand independent home pharmacy from the ground up. So it's like they're looking for a fresh start, wipe their hands of everything that was done in the past. So I was gonna take their SOPs from any other entity. It was kind of confusing because it intertwined.
Yes.
Previous that it looked like they had a set business model. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take their SOPs, their guidelines, their marketing strategy with the long-term care, facilities, homes, et cetera. Take that, find the discrepancies that I've been reading about today from the previous incidents, if you will. Find ways to correct those and then move on from there.
How did you find out about this opportunity?
Indeed.
Oh, indeed. Okay. All right. And then also, so I know that you've been in front of the board before. So where were you working before? And can you tell us about your refresh? It sounds like they know your background.
Yeah, my last role was at Sienna Pharmacy, independent on pharmacy. We started consulting, trying to pick out locations, get them on board. Came in from the board in 2023, I want to say, for the initial meeting like this to get a license. You know, I had to create all the paperwork. Said that once we got the initial, did the walkthrough, the initial board inspection, the pre-inspection. Once that was approved, then I did the credentialing for the pharmacy with insurance companies. I wrote the SOP manual and guidelines for how we would do it, organized workflow, vendor contracts, with every wholesaler I used, delivery services, et cetera. I contracted all that out and then ran the pharmacy day-to-day operations once we got everything in line to open up. Before that, it was at Sisu Healthcare Solutions, doing home infusion. Then I had experience in different compounding pharmacies, Walmart pharmacies, pharmacy manager for about 12 years. And I did a year at Walgreens, but a horrible year.
Who is Anna Lamos?
Oh, good question.
Anna is my lead technician. When I was here in January, my application got tabled because I didn't have my pick. Grace was also my designated representative, but her hours weren't qualified, so I had to get a new designated representative. So I chose my lead technician, Anna. She has over 15 years of experience.
Is Anna still gonna be the designated representative? Or is she gonna continue to be the designated representative on your application?
For now, yes.
Members, any additional questions?
I would have the same question that I had the last time for Mr. Ruiz. What happens if we?
I think it's the same thing. So I think a new application, this one isn't as confusing, but a new application. And then they will do the inspection process. And then can hand the keys back over to them. And we do this as soon as we can. And then they can start getting their everything. I mean, they have to. All these things, there's so many, like, you know, what was the wholesaler doing? All these other things we're still in the process of figuring out. But they'll have to redo that under the right ownership.
So Terra Pharmacy also had the cease and desist and they had the fine.
Yes, Bill didn't say that, but they paid their fine too.
I guess this question's for Brett. Were you here earlier to hear some of the issues as far as controlled substance prescriptions without signatures?
I listened in on Zoom earlier this morning.
Okay.
So I know there were some issues. I didn't get to hear all of it, so I was on Zoom and a little distracted sometimes. I was listening as best I could.
Yeah, a lot of that was concerning to me just because of, typically controlled substance restrictions would be coming electronically.
That's what threw me for a loop too, why like a quantity was missing.
So that sounds fishy to you as well.
I just didn't understand,
Yeah.
I know any exception to the electronic return is really a true exception, and there's very limited case by case basis why you can do it. So it was confusing why it didn't have a signature when it was electronically sent. It has the electronic signature. It didn't have a quantity. Like, you can't fill something without a quantity. Like, you can't guess at a quantity. So I was confused on that too. I would just say that if when you do this, anything, I'm gonna just go by control substance law, the electronic, everything's gonna be SOP and following the straight laws that are in place right now. I don't know how those issues came up for her, how she didn't have a quantity or signature or anything like that. I'd like to see how it happened, like the actual physical scripts or whatever it was that she went off and did that with, but I'm gonna go with what the actual law is.
I appreciate you pointing out some of the issues that you guys know about. Yeah. Thank you.
What pharmacy software is being used?
I'm gonna go with Digital RX. I don't know what they used in the past. I think they're gonna go with Digital RX, as I was told.
As far as staffing, Brett, is it going to be yourself and Anna or any additional team members?
I think they're bringing one other technician over. I believe her name is Desiree. And then go from there. And she.
From where?
Desiree was at Terra Pharma, from what I understand. Desiree was at Terra Pharmacy before. She went to another location, but she's supposed to be coming back once this comes over. Starts out. Then depending on volume, we'll see if they get one pharmacist or per diem or extra people.
Any other questions, board members?
On page, I may be misreading this, on page 4426, the block is checked that someone was convicted of crime or found guilty. Who is that? Who would that person be?
I think that was Anna. I think it had to do with a domestic relations issue and.
Yeah, that's what it says, but nobody here, nobody is involved in this.
She's the designated representative. Yeah.
Designated representative. So she was just explaining that, yeah, she had been arrested because of the fact that I think it was an abusive situation and because she lived in the same premise, they weren't her controlled substances, but because it was her boyfriend or husband, I can't remember which, it was in the same, so she could be charged as well.
Dick, that was good that you brought that up. I just to point that out, she's a licensed tech, and that's a disclosure that she made. It should, it's good that you pointed out, but it's something that was already known to the board staff. It's from prior disclosures. But I'm glad that you brought it up because we don't want to hang in there. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think Mark's got a lot invested in here. I don't think he'd invest all that money if he wasn't gonna obey the law and do what's right. I'm for.
Sorry, I apologize.
Microphone.
My hair might be going bad, but
It's messing with.
I said, I think Mark has a lot invested here, and I think he'd invest all that kind of money if he wasn't gonna do what's right and obey the law and get off on the right foot and keep it that way. And from what I've heard, I'm still okay with making a motion to approve the license.
Pending a new application, no fee, and then an inspection.
Exactly.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Tomaso. Do we have a second?
Ms. Taylor, a second.
Second by Ms. Taylor. I think in this case, with the pick, with Brett's experience, I do feel a little bit better that there's more experienced pharmacist coming on board.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes.
Thank you very much.
thank you all very much.
I just one more thing for the record, because you may be subpoenaed in the future cases with the board, just so that you're aware of, and you'll have to comply with that subpoena.
Thank you. And I have a question about the pick change.
I'll do it afterwards, Bill.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna just take a quick break and we'll be back in a few. Okay, so we're going to continue with our agenda. We'll go to agenda item 13A next, and that's for Hizbay Ali. So if Dr. Ali or representatives are here, if you could please raise your hand on Zoom or let us know by pressing *9.
Yes, I am Hizbay Ali. I'm
Okay.
here.
Great, thank you. I'm going to swear you in. If you join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll turn it over to Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Skylar Young for the board. Agenda item 13A starts on page 4696 of the board book. This is an application for a controlled substance license, and it's submitted by Dr. Ali. Dr. Ali previously had a CS license in 2021, and it was suspended in 2024 based on action taken by the medical board. Dr. Ali, I'm going to ask you a few questions kind of about the status of a couple of components, okay?
Okay.
But first, can you tell us a little bit about your medical practice and your need for a CS license?
Yes, so I'm a psychiatrist and I moved here from New York where I was working at a hospital in 2021. And I was working at an outpatient clinic for a few years up until the suspension of my license, where I was seeing patients for psychiatric issues and I was prescribing controlled substances, mainly benzodiazepines were the main controlled substance, but also stimulants like Adderall. And I also had a DEA license that was for Suboxone as well, but I had not used that for a few years.
What are you currently doing now?
So currently I'm actually trying to I had my license reinstated back in December and I'm trying to get work. So I'm applying for some jobs. I have a home office that I use for telemedicine. So I'm trying to get that going. And so right now I'm not working at any, office or institution other than having my home office as it's my PLLC that I had when I moved here. But I hadn't used it really because I was working at other clinics. So I want to try to apply for a controlled substance license through my home office right now, telemedicine. And then when I get employment somewhere else, then I'll see if I could change that address.
Okay. A couple of things, different components here are your criminal case stemming from the 2024 DUI, and then also the settlement agreement with the medical board. So first, if we can just kind of talk about that criminal case and what the status of that is right as of today.
Okay, yeah, so that's still ongoing. I think I have a court date in about 11 or 12 days, and hopefully that should be wrapped up. It was basically entailed me, staying out of trouble and following up with a monitor. So I did sign up for the Nevada Professional Monitoring Program, and I've been under the care of Mark Chase, who's my monitor for the last year. And I've been doing random drug tests as well as using a SoberLink device twice a day. And so that's kind of what the medical board wanted me to do. And they also, that ties in with the medical board's, the agreement, the settlement agreement, which was basically having a female chaperone for any female patients, as well as having a certain percentage of my charts reviewed. And then
Can you talk a little bit about what the circumstances related to the DUI specifically?
Yeah, the DUI, I was driving, it was under the influence and I was involved in a motor vehicle accident. No one was injured. I wasn't injured either. And that was back in 2024, end of March, I believe. And so
Was
the
it
medical board,
alcohol?
I hadn't disclosed it in a timely manner within the 30 days of the arrest. So that's what the medical board had disciplined me for.
And this was for alcohol, correct?
Yes.
Were the other DUIs also for alcohol?
10 years ago, yeah, that was in New York.
Okay, and what have you learned since this last DUI?
I learned that I should have quit drinking a long time ago, but that because I just wasn't ready to get treatment, And, being a psychiatrist, I kind of can relate with a lot of my patients that I treat for that. So I've given up drinking. That's about 16 or almost going on 17 months sober from that. And I'm going to be 5 years under the care of Mark Chase in the professional monitoring program and using the SoberLink device twice a day. The reports go to Mark Chase. That's going to be for the next 5 years also.
Were you seeing Mark Chase then when you got this DUI? You just said that you had seen him for 5 years. No.
Oh, no,
You're
no, it's
going to
5
be
years.
seeing-
It's
okay.
5 years starting the settlement agreement, which was in June
Okay.
of last year.
And as far as your court case, are you fully compliant with all of those terms and conditions?
Yes.
Are you in anything else other than Mark, AA, any support groups?
I went to support groups, NA and Smart Recovery support groups about a year ago, and I did that for about 4 or 5 months, and I did outpatient with Mark Chase for about 6 months from January last year till June.
Your settlement agreement, it was related to the DUI and then other issues, but as far as the substance abuse, was it just your failure to disclose?
Yeah.
Is that why was it okay?
Yes.
And what is the current status of your medical license?
My clinical license, I got it reinstated. The board wants to, I'm a little bit in arrears for payment to the medical board. So I'm trying to figure that out with their lawyer because I haven't been able to get any employment, because of not having a DEA license. So I conveyed that to the board. So we're trying to work something out where they can maybe give me a little bit of a grace period because I have, job applications I filled out, but they all want a controlled substance, DEA license, depending on the controlled substance license. So until I get that, I can't really, it's hard to find any gainful employment. I'm trying to look for some non-clinical work, and I do have an interview next week in Reno with the doctor for that.
So I'll just note for the board, the settlement agreement you can find as far as the payment and things starts at 4711. Just briefly talking about when, are you, as far as like continuing education, are you all caught up on things that don't have to do with money?
Yeah, I'm caught up on continuing education until 2027. I'm all up to speed on that and I've met all the requirements to get my license reinstated. I had to do an ethics course last year in September, and I completed that. So yeah, all the requirements are complete, other than the payment in arrears, which I'm trying to work out with the medical board. Worst case, I might have to sell the house and just pay them like a lump sum.
And the payment, I am assuming, is because you are unemployed now, it's hard to make those payments.
Yeah.
You wrote the board a letter and you mentioned an arrest in 2022, but it was dismissed. Was alcohol or drugs involved at all with that incident?
No, that was because of a breakup I had with an ex-girlfriend, and she called the police. There was no evidence ever found of any domestic violence, and the charges were actually denied. So it wasn't even dismissed. The police never even accepted the charges. So I was under the impression that I didn't have to report that, but when the medical board found out about it, they said I had to disclose that too. So that was one of the reasons as well for the suspension.
Thank you for that clarification. Would you be able to continue your medical practice without a CS license?
I can. My subspecialty is consultation liaison psychiatry, also known as psychosomatic medicine, where I see a lot of delirium and dementia patients and capacity evaluations in the hospital. So for that, I wouldn't need a DEA or a controlled substance if I work through a hospital's institutional DEA number. So it's possible, but it makes it really hard because for all the applications that I've been trying, that I've filled out and waiting to send, they all want a psychiatrist with a DEA number.
And what does sobriety mean to you?
That's probably the best thing to come out of it. I was really, obviously upset over the last year, how things kind of unfolded, upset at myself mainly. But the best thing to come out of it, like I was telling Mark, I just met with Mark earlier today too in his office, was me giving up alcohol, giving up drinking. Clearly it was affecting my life negatively. So that's probably the best thing to come out of it. I feel a lot better. My mental health is a lot better. And I think it can help me, treat patients with substance abuse problems because I can relate and have more empathy for them.
Thank you. I'm going to pass question to the board.
Dr. Ali, this is Helen Park. So I just wanted to clarify some of the details that was just discussed. So it was 2024, you had a DUI accident, and that's what prompted the board of medical examiners to take action on your license? Or was it was a failure to notify the board? Is
Yeah,
that?
it was a failure to notify in a timely
Okay.
manner.
And then what led to your failure to notify them in a timely manner?
You know, I was under the impression that if it was once it was a conviction, that's when to report. But now I know that it's any arrest within 30 days. If I'd known that, I would have done it within 30 days.
Was it a show cause? Like, did you have a previous agreement with them and this is a violation of that agreement, or it's? No, okay. And then you mentioned that these issues stemmed from using alcohol or misusing alcohol. Have you had any issues of using any controlled substances?
No.
Okay, and then for your agreement with Mark Chase, is that what the Board of Medicine, was that part of their disciplinary action, or is something they imposed, or is that something you chose to do?
I chose to do that voluntarily while the medical board hearing was still ongoing. I decided to just get ahead of it, and that it was time to give up drinking. And so I got in touch with Mark Chase and signed up for the professional monitoring program. And same thing with the SoberLink. After talking to him, he said, you know, if you voluntarily sign up for the SoberLink device, a breathalyzer that I blow into twice a day, and he gets the results, that would, you know, be advantageous for me also moving forward in case anything comes up. So I think that's voluntary that I'm doing. The medical board wanted is a monthly report from Mark Chase, which includes a random drug screen and checking in with Mark every week.
Okay. And how is that going so far with Mark?
It's going really good. Mark was actually going to sit in on the meeting because I was scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9. So I just went to his office to meet with him today, and he's unfortunately in a meeting right now. But it's going good. I meet with him, talk to him every week. I do groups, the professional recovery group every week.
Okay. And do you feel like you're in a better position now? Are you ready to?
Yes. Yeah, like I said, in a strange way, the best thing to come out of, you know, my life kind of getting upended last year was me getting my sobriety, peace of mind back. Again, I wish it had happened sooner, but I guess better late than never. So overall, I'm feeling pretty good. And even though there's a lot of obstacles that I still have to overcome to getting my life kind of back on track, but you know, just having sobriety and clear-headedness is helping me deal with those problems a lot better than I used to when I was drinking.
Madam President, I've got one more clarification question for Dr. Hurley. So you submitted in October of 2024 a renewal application for controlled substance. And you did state in that, you mentioned the DUI, but you said, quote, "I was a passenger in the car." Can you explain the discrepancy there?
Yes, you know, I don't recall even what happened exactly. I was with a friend, but he denied wanting to take any responsibility for that. So I unfortunately had to take responsibility, but I don't remember making at the scene of the crime what exactly had happened. So unfortunately, regardless of, you know, who was driving, unfortunately, it was my car. So he left the scene of the crime at the time, so I had to actually take the charge.
Okay, so you don't remember if you were driving or not?
I don't
Is that right?
remember the actual,
Okay,
no,
thanks.
the accident.
Any other questions, board members?
I have one. Dr. Ali, you mentioned that Mark Chase gives reports to the medical board. Is that
Yes.
required per your settlement?
Yes.
Okay, how much longer are you required to have those sent to the board?
You know, it's 5 years, and it's starting from June of last year. So it's about 8 months in, and it's so another 4.5 years roughly.
So I think, any other questions? I guess?
I think what we've done in the past is, we've mirrored the requirements of,
From the Board of
Yeah.
Medicine or their other.
or that they comply with, continue to comply with that.
Yes.
Do we have the reports or would we just?
I think Skylar was gonna make the recommendation, Dave Reese for the record, that we should just mirror the other one, right, Scott? Yeah. She just didn't get to do that yet.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's on probation for 5 years, his medical license, so I think that'd be appropriate.
Well, Crystal Freitas, I'd move to approve controlled substance application for Dr. Hizbe Ali, under the condition that we mirror the medical board's terms.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Anna Carr, second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Freitas, a second by Ms. Anna Carr. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Dr. Ali, we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, we will go on to agenda item 13B for Michael Roach. Let's see if Michael Roach is online. Please let us know. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, can you speak?
Hello,
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure we could hear you. Can you state your full name for the record?
Michael Roach.
Roach. Okay, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Dr. Kuykendall.
We have a new application for a controlled substance registration from Michael Roach for Schedule 3 controlled substance prescribing. The agenda item is 13B and begins on page 4727 in the board book. Just a few questions for you, sir. What type of Schedule 3 drugs are you planning to prescribe?
Testosterone.
Okay. And it looks like you're employed at the men's division. What services will you be providing at your practice?
Similar to the ones at Men's Division. Basically, erectile dysfunction, hormone replacement, metabolic syndrome, weight loss, things like that.
In 2020, you relinquished your DEA license at the men's clinic in Houston, Texas. Can you expand why you relinquished your DEA license at that time?
Yeah, absolutely. No worries. So in January of 2020, there was a random audit that was completed by DEA. And they came in and reviewed the documents that we had on file, which subsequently showed that there was no supervision being done in that state. The documents weren't up to date. The biannual review of controlled substances was not completed. There was no documentation that any of the supervising physicians for the DEA were on any paperwork that I had. So I couldn't provide it at all. And so because of that, we got basically reprimanded or administratively reprimanded for non-compliance, and I was the provider on duty. So it kind of fell on me. So I subsequently relinquished my license and then worked really hard with the DEA agent, Carmen Mann, to revamp, revitalize, reinstitute the whole process to get us back up to code. And the efforts that I did allowed us to get my license back in 3 months, which was pretty quick based on the scenario, and dodged an audit at the end of my DEA exit interview. Agent Mann said that my efforts allowed them to not have to audit the rest of the 7 or 8 clinics that we had. So I was very happy for that. So anyway, we got it straight and got that process back on track. And so that's what happened.
Okay. And then can you expand on the policies or processes you helped change to bring your previous company up to proper practice?
Really was the biannual review of product. We we were not in compliance with that process. And then that the supervising physician had to sign off on monthly records of the DEA testosterone log.
And
And
then
so
how
that
will,
was it.
how will you ensure that the issues that caused you to surrender your DA at a similar type of clinic will not occur at your current?
If I decide to keep testosterone in house, which I don't have that, I don't want to do that right now. It's not something that I'm looking to do. But if I do, then I would follow the policy and procedures which I created and made up to DA standards from my current clinic now, and I have another clinic in New Orleans, and to bring it into the one in Las Vegas.
And then with your clinic in Las Vegas, will you be dispensing any controlled substance or just administering them?
I am going to write prescriptions. I am not looking to inject in office or not control it unless they bring their prescription in and ask me to give an injection. But I am not looking to hold controlled substances in that facility. If I decide to get to a permanent retail spot, then I may consider doing that. But at this point in time, I'm not looking to do that.
Then on your application, you marked yes for has your license been subjected to any discipline for violation of pharmacy or drug laws in any state? Can you expand why you marked yes?
I thought it was in reference to the DEA relinquishing of my license. So if that was, I had no other ramifications or marks on my license through state or federal guidelines outside of the relinquishing of the DEA license.
On the your current clinic here in Nevada, on the men's division website, there's peptides such as BP7157, ipamorelin, GHRP, and melanotan 2. They're currently being advertised. These are listed on the US FDA bulk substance category 2 list. Are you aware of the significance of this FDA designation?
Yeah, that website's really for Houston. I am not at all. Should not be live in the state of Nevada at all. And so maybe the address is listed there. That is the current men's division, and that current process for men's division in state of Texas it was not going to be the same in the state of Nevada, but that is the current one that is in Texas.
So for your Nevada clinic, are you planning on prescribing or dispensing any peptides?
I'm not sure yet. Subject to change. I'm not sure if that's the case. I gotta understand the process with that. I have to understand the legal ramifications of providing peptides in the state of Nevada, which I'm not familiar with. So as of now, no, I don't have that option.
Okay, and then if you were to prescribe or dispense peptides, do you have somewhere to obtain them?
From like a 503B or compounding pharmacy in that avenue? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yes. Hallandale Pharmacy in Florida is one. Empire Pharmaceuticals in Houston, Texas. There's a few 503Bs that do dispense some Orlin, some other type of products for sure.
Thank you. No further questions.
So Mr. Roach, you're the owner of these clinics?
I am. I'm a co-owner of Men's Total Health in Metairie, Louisiana, the Greater New Orleans area. I am the co-owner of Men's Division in Texas.
Okay. And then do you plan to work in Nevada, or is this a telemedicine?
No, I plan to
service?
come and do procedures work and also do telemedicine. So it's a kind of a format that I've been doing for the last couple of years. I also do a lot of personal injury through another company, an LLC that I have for CSS concierge practice in Houston as well. So I intend to do the same. And I'm mirroring a lot of the business in Las Vegas through aesthetics through my business partner there, who is an esthetician.
So you're the men's division that you're opening here in
Correct. We haven't done anything as far as solidifying that. Our DBA was going to be men's division, but we're thinking to maybe revamp or remodel that DBA to something else. We might keep the LLC, but we might change that to be more functional for women and men.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dave Weiss, for the record, we have very, very strict possession laws in the state adjudicated by the board. So just before the esthetician has lidocaine or anything else, make sure you understand the laws. Billy can be your contact for anything, but I think there's a lot of quiet and hesitance because it's late in the day and that we've seen a lot of these models go poorly. So we're going to expect you to be on site, bona fide relationships. You possess everything until the order is given, just like you would do in any hospital. I tell people all the time, there's not just drugs floating in around a hospital. There's orders before they have them. So
thank you,
That
Mr. Reed.
would include topical as well.
any dangerous drugs, and it is quite broad in Nevada.
All right. I mean, I'll verify the law and confirm. Thank you.
I think what you said earlier in regards to like the peptides and that you're not familiar yet what the regulations or the laws are in Nevada. And so you're going to look
Correct.
into those. That was a good answer to me, that you're going to do your research and that you're going to be familiar with what's required in Nevada.
Absolutely.
So you don't find yourself in trouble.
No.
Because we don't
absolutely.
want that at all.
No. Yeah. I've by proxy, but I've learned that lesson the hard way. I never want to go back to that again. That was a long 3 months to deal with.
I can imagine, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Board members, any additional questions?
No questions. Adam Port, for the record, just to comment that, he has active DEAs in a couple other states. I think that I would be comfortable moving forward with the application.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Taylor. Any further discussion?
Just to clarify that this is restricted to Schedule 3 only.
Correct. Yeah. I don't need anything else. Don't want it.
All right. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we wish you all the best. Thank you for
Yeah.
your time today.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right, Madam President, Dave Weiss, for the record.
My mic is dead too.
Oh, Billy, what are you doing? I'll speak up. I would propose that you allow me to go to my report and Greg's report, and then we'll take public comment, and then we'll be that much further ahead tomorrow. If that's okay.
Sounds great. Thank you.
So, okay, so for my report, I'm gonna start on item number 14, which is the outside financial audit of both the Board of Pharmacy and our federal grants. Adam and Helen have been through this process with me, that we were delayed because of the federal shutdown, and then they didn't give it the rules for the single audit, what we call the single audit, which was the grant audit. So I did turn in the outside financial audit on the overarching of the board to LCB December 1st as required. We typically get that approved before I did it, but there's a statutory requirement. So I turned it in. That's gone in front of the legislature already. There were no findings at the time. They processed that. I in corresponding with LCB even today. Once you approve the full audit, then I will resubmit that and they'll follow the rules for that. But I sent you the audit. I put a public copy out for the public, but I'm not going to kill 100 trees because it's 60 pages long. I will point out that there were no financial statement findings, but there was another matter that they put up that they listed, which was I think righteous, which was each year that we do this, I have to turn it into the federal government through a clearinghouse website. I thought I had done that. It said pending on it, and they put the note in there that the website is confusing. I thought it said pending. I thought they were waiting. They didn't actually receive it. And then the auditors, not the federal government, pointed out that I needed to resubmit it, which I did. So we will not have that issue moving forward because once it's approved, I will make sure that that it's in and the auditors are saying. So I don't see any issue with that. Other than that, the board sound passed the audit. We will be under contracting for, hopefully we keep the same auditors, but a lot of auditors don't want to do the boards and they want to do private businesses, but we'll be doing the bid for the audit coming up. So we do that generally on a 3-year cycle. So we're through with that and we'll begin the bidding process. And hopefully if it all pans out, that would be the same auditor, but it may not be. I can pause for any questions related to that. I ask you to make a motion and approve it, and then I'll turn it into Legislative Council Bureau.
I don't have any questions. I know we've discussed some of these results in the past or recently, so I feel comfortable with moving forward with this.
Yeah, I find it, sorry, but Matt, I should put one more thing on the record. You both know it, but I'll say it to the world. You know, when we were going through the audit, there was an issue with how things are posted when we credit. We give, like today, I said, if you've already given the $50, we'll give the $50 back. So there was it was under it turned out to be $2,000 or under with the humans posting it, but then the bank statements, didn't match that. So there wasn't any loss of money. It just wasn't posted correctly in Lumen. We are working through a procedure to make that more accurate. There's humans involved and there's going to be some mistakes. It wasn't a material issue, but I just bring it up because that's one of the things that we can have humans entering data. If they don't enter it, but the bank statement does it, then there's a mismatch. So we're trying to build a system where a person goes checks that. We did have an employee leave to go to gold mining recently, so we're looking to replace that, and that person would probably be the person to do it. So there's a little challenge there with getting that restaffed, but we'll be posting that and hopefully getting a person for that position. So I just wanted to disclose that to the world because it happened.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wiest. All right. Ready for a motion to on the audit.
For the record, I would move that we approve the final audit report as presented by boards.
Okay, Helen Park, I'll second that. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, that motion passes.
Recognize Adam's service as treasurer. He may never want to do it again because he does have to deal with me a lot, but I'll move into the fiscal report, which is in front of you. There's no concerns for it. This is through January of this year. If you look at the differences column in the revenues, you'll see that there's a couple categories where revenue is over budget. That's okay, but that's what it is. And then if you match up on the bottom with expenses as it relates to year-to-date expenses and then a comparison to what the actual expense is, for most of the items will probably be on target or under expensed. I'm going to talk about some financial things that are coming up. So I think there'll be a use for any monies that we are able to count into reserves. It's our smaller year this year, so we're operating in a general deficit to the funds that we've collected. But then this October, then we'll be working in excess of the funds that we collected. So the operating expenses are in the bank and they just move over as we need them. So that's, we have the funds in advance. I can pause for any questions related to that, but I'm going to move into a couple other financial things if there's no questions.
I don't have any questions. Okay.
So again, Adam and Helen are aware of this, but in doing this year's tax preparation, and I came to realize that when reporting the payments that employees make related to expenses that they pay themselves for dependents and spouses, I identified that that could be done in a pre-tax manner or a post-tax manner. We were doing it in a post-tax manner, which then made a bigger tax burden on the employees. We followed the law. We could report it either way, but it wasn't in the best interest of the employees to report it that way. So for the last year, I had time to fix it, and I changed it to where it was a pre-tax, meaning that they didn't have to collect the money and then get taxed again on it again. I can go back 2 years, so I've worked with Greg and Adam and Yen to try to, I think, resubmit that to the IRS so that we have time to change it. Not every employee would want to do that for various reasons. It might be a very low dollar amount or a high dollar. I mean, we're talking hundreds of dollars, not thousands of dollars to be sure. There's a fee for it with our payroll department, which was learning for me through the process I wasn't sure that should be how we move. So I will be looking at payroll and seeing if there's a better way that if this comes up again, we can address it a little bit easier. All those things said, I am going to offer a reimbursement to the employees that was affected. And I haven't quite settled on the dollar amount, but it's probably like $150 or $200 so that they can get an assessment if it's in their interest to have us resubmit. And then if they request to resubmit it, then I will resubmit that to them. So I just want to put that on the record that I'm doing that. I think it's well within my authority of how to run the board, but I always tell you, whenever these things come up, I tell Adam and Helen right away. And so just to be clear, we follow the law, but it's not in the best interest of our employees. And so I would like to be able to modify it if they choose to want us to modify that. And I need to give them a little support to be able to do that. Greg and Yen Greg's been the legal advisor on it. We're operating within the law. So there's no issues for that. And then future things that we're working on, the South office is, the lease is up next year. And so we are beginning to work on next year's budget, and we'll probably have that hopefully at the next meeting, which time flies. So that'll be the next fiscal year. It may be the meeting after that, but we're shooting for April if we can, and Adam will be meeting with us to deal with those things. But I think the one expense that we do have coming up is the office in the South is not big enough for the staff that we have. We used to have attorneys more up in the North, and they're down in the South, as you can see. And so we have 3 people that are in a hallway right now, sharing a hallway, and one of them is Mike doing his investigation. So Leo has retired as of yesterday, and I think Mike's ready to move into his office. So we are looking for a different space. We tried to look around where we were, and that didn't work out with how the space was available. So we're looking at a new space that's a little closer to the airport, closer this way. We've had a couple meetings with the state building and grounds, and we will work through the every leasing policy that the state has to do. And not every agency does that, but we will do everything that we have to do by Nevada law, and then it'll go to BOE and do all those things. So it'll go through the whole process, so there's no issue with that. And we're starting to frame that out and getting some bids. So we're targeting February of next year, but we'll just see it's a gray space right now, meaning it's open, and then we'll see how it gets built out and if we can afford it and all those kinds of things. So Laura and Brett are helping with that. And that's gonna kind of be one of the budgetary things we'll have to address in the next budget, or it'll actually be the end of next budget and into the future budget. So those are the fiscal reports that I have to say. Karen is watching, but she probably doesn't want to say anything. I'll pause for Adam to add anything that I'm holding him against his will or anything like that.
No, I would just say I really appreciate the full transparency and everything. And you and Kieran have been great in explaining things that I don't understand.
You've been helpful too. So we do listen to do what Adam tells us to do. So the rest of my report, I had some interesting things. I was going to report our plan is to provide some notice and education to the pharmacists related to the issue with checking the prescriptions, the final product of the, and so I've already said that, so I don't need to repeat that. But the attorneys have already begun working on that. And we'll get that out as soon as we can. Issuance of temporary licenses are in there, change of addresses, meeting with other healthcare regulatory boards. The Medi spas, as I bring up at most meetings, continue to be an issue for us. Again's in the middle of doing a comparison for like how many complaints we get and how many are related to this. It's over 10%. I think the initial thing that I looked at, which is like a massive amount of investigations. And I'm going to tie in legislative here. I have been asked to speak March 31st to the interim health committee related to what's happening in this sector of medicine, and does the legislature want to support us in some statute that will help us protect the public a little bit more. It's all positive stuff. We're working with the health department. We're working with law enforcement. We're working with the other boards. And so anyway, they had asked me if I would do a quick presentation just related. So I'm trying to get from the nursing board and the medical, well, mostly probably from the nursing board, what kind of complaints they're dealing with. They're probably the same complaints as us, but what does their complaint process look? And we have, again, you guys, I have to explain the stories. You see the stories here, and then I'll do a little, what the risks are. And I think, guardrails and potentially licensure is the best path that I see right now, but they're the policymakers, so they'll decide what we're going to do about that. And then lastly, on the other two reports of their licensing, I don't have anything to do, and then citations and fines are there. But back on the legislative update, I did attend the first legislative commission meeting for this cycle. And so you had 4 state regulations that went up. So you had 2 pretty simple controlled substances that were related to illicit drugs. And then the EMTs went and was processed and passed. And then the long-term care facilities, there were some questions related to it because it was a 30-year-old law that we never did the license category for. And so they're like, why are you doing it now? Which was, I think, a very legitimate question from the legislators. But we were never asked to do it. So as you recollect, that some long-term care facilities wanted to be able to have a license that they could store certain drugs in certain conditions without it being the pharmacy's drugs. And so that license, now that this is processed, we'll get that license together, and your staff's working on it and it's probably taking notes, then we'll get that application together. I don't think that just financially, there won't be a lot of requests for it, but the law said that we were supposed to do the license. And so 31 years later, we're doing the license. So that is my report, and I will turn it to Zanino.
Thank you all. I'll be brief. Just 2 things. Usually I provide a litigation report. There's not a lot of litigation. I think the only case right now is Brett's case that involves Bernard Brooks. And that has not really gotten started in the district court. I don't think that the case has been briefed by either side yet. And
Yeah, so we've got a briefing schedule, Brett Camp record. Excuse me. And their opening brief, Brooks' opening brief as the petitioner will be due, I don't know the exact date, but sometime within the next month. And then we'll file an answering brief within 30 days of that. And at some point in time, then it gets submitted to the court.
And then the other thing I wanted to mention, I want to congratulate Skylar on completing the Nevada bar exam. She finished it on Thursday. So she just finished it. It's a 3-day exam. And it is one of the more difficult bar exams in the country. It wasn't when I took it, but it is now for some reason. Skylar, before she came to the board, was engaged in in federal practice, immigration practice. So she has a bar in New Mexico. And she's able to practice federal immigration law with that, but having come to the Board of Pharmacy, she needed to take the Nevada bar. And she's working full time and was studying at the same time. And so we're proud of her and we congratulate her for her hard work.
Thank you.
Congrats, good job. Nice work. Yeah. Great, thank you for your reports. With that, we'll move to our final order of business today, and that is public comment. So if we have anyone here or online who wishes to make public comment, please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom.
If somebody in person, for sure, we'll check online while he's coming to the table.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello. President Park, members of the board, appreciate you all letting me speak. I was anticipating tomorrow morning when you were all refreshed and not today. My name is Bill Lord. I serve as a consultant for Stellar RX. And I also am the current chairman of the New Mexico Board of Pharmacy. So I understand very well what you all go through and appreciate the board's responsibility to protect the public and ensure regulatory compliance. Stellar RX is a licensed pharmacy. This is my 3-minute deal, so I cut this down greatly for my 3 minutes. So Stellar RX is a licensed pharmacy based in Avondale, Pennsylvania, operating since 2014 and currently licensed in operating in 5 states and licensed in 10 states, including Nevada. We have a license here. Our focus is expanding access to physician-administered, long-acting, reversible contraceptives. They call them LARCs now, but they're IUDs and contraceptive implants through a pharmacy-controlled point-of-care model. Nevada faces measurable challenges similar to what we face in New Mexico. Approximately 46% of the pregnancies are unintended. Teen pregnancy rates exceed the national average. Maternal mortality disparities persist, and Nevada ranks near the bottom nationally in women's health outcomes. LARCs provide 5 to 10 years of highly effective contraception and are associated with significant reductions in unintended pregnancies and improved maternal outcomes. These are physician-administered devices, products costing approximately $1,200 a piece. Currently, the ways that they're given is through a buy and bill situation where the physician's office purchases the product and dispenses it from their office, no involvement from pharmacy. As I said, these cost about $1,200 a piece. So and there's 5 main ones plus the implant. So they could have a $10,000 expense in their office. And they're responsible for reimbursement, risk, and maintaining the inventory. Second method is using a specialty pharmacy where the patient-specific prescription is adjudicated and dispensed by a pharmacy, shipped to the practice, and administered at a later date. Results, I've seen many what we call LARC graveyards where they ship in a LARC for a patient. They never show up, or they change their mind, and it's a patient-specific product, so it can't be given to anyone else. And it just sits there and expires, which is a terrible waste. So our model mirrors the specialty pharmacy framework. A patient-specific prescription is required. A pharmacy performs the prospective DUR and allergy checks and claim adjudication. Pharmacy remains the dispensing entity of record, and the physician administers the pharmacy dispensed product in the office. Difference really is logistical rather than regulatory. Instead of shipping from an off-site location and requiring a second visit, the pharmacy dispenses the products through a secure pharmacy-owned automated dispensing cabinet located within the medical practice, enabling same-day insertions, improving patient compliance, and reducing product waste. All transactions are controlled, labeled, auditable, and inventory tracked in real time. Similarly, this is a model of the specialty pharmacy that allows for dispensing within the physician practice. In January 2025, two Nevada Medicaid managed care organizations, United Healthcare Community Plan and Silver Summit, approached Stellar RX to help address access barriers and support state quality initiatives. Shortly thereafter, Anthem and CareSource expressed similar interest. So based on this multi-plan NCO engagement and alignment with state quality priorities, Stellar RX determined it was appropriate to expand our services in Nevada, while ensuring full transparency and compliance with the board. Accordingly, we respectfully request placement on the board agenda for the next meeting to provide more operational and legal detail to see if we could get approved to operate in the state. I want to thank Dr. Long. She's been very helpful in working through the laws and regulations and advising on how we should proceed. And we felt this was the first avenue to get before you all and proceed and talk about what we're trying to do. I did provide some flyers that have some more information and more detailed information than what I presented here.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lord, for your comments and for the materials. We do have these. All right. Do we have anyone else who wishes to make public comment?
No.
Okay. So we'll close the period of public comment. That completes our agenda items for today. And we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.